Good to start?
Yep.
Good afternoon. I would like to call this virtual meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board to order. Today is Tuesday, August 11, 2026, with a start time of 5:31 p.m. Can we all stand for the Pledge of the Allegiance? I pledge the allegiance
To the
to
flag
the
of the
flag
United
of the
States
United
of
States
America,
of America, to the republic
republic
for which it
for which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and
liberty
justice
and
for all.
justice for
Thank you. Sunshine announcement, Cam?
all.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, August 11th in the year 2026. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act, notice of this meeting has been posted with the city clerk on the city bulletin and the city website on August 6th of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
Thank you. Can we have the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Conway,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Capers,
Here.
Commissioner Stamato,
Here.
Vice Chair Wick,
Here.
and Madam Chair Gungadin.
Here, but I see Commissioner Barnaby,
Oh, okay. Nice.
And
Commissioner
Catherine.
Barnaby.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Oh, and Kaplan. Okay, great. So, Commissioner Barnaby.
I think she was having trouble with her audio.
All right. I'll go to Andy. Commissioner Kaplan.
Here? Is that what we're doing?
Okay.
That's
So
what we're doing.
Perfect.
we have 7 commissioners present. We're just waiting on Commissioner Barnaby's microphone, but we have 8 commissioners now. So we have quorum.
Okay. Councilwoman Little, is she on already or not?
Councilwoman Little informed me that she's not going to be able to join for at least the first half of the meeting,
Okay.
if at all.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnaby's, I guess her microphone is working now.
Yeah, nothing was working. I couldn't hear you guys, but I'm here.
Perfect.
Good to see you.
Cam?
Okay. And for the record, we will mark into evidence the sunshine announcement as B1.
Okay. Can we swear in the staff? Please.
I see Cam, Ben, Matt, and Matt. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any correspondence?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have 4 items that have corresponded with staff and requested to carry. So starting on page 8 under new business, item number 9, case P 2024-0240 for a minor site plan with C variances. Address is 916A and 918 West Side Avenue. They have requested to carry with preservation of notice to August 25th.
Okay.
Moving to item 14 on the agenda, case P 23-073. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 530 to 548 Tunnelly Avenue. They've requested to carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. On page 10 of your agenda, item 15, case P 2025-0255. This is a minor site plan with C variances. Address is 26 Bright Street. They are adjourning. They will renotice for the September 8th meeting of this year. So
Okay.
there will be new notice on that case.
Thank you.
The very last item on the agenda, item 19, page 11 of your agenda, case P 2026-0108. This is the review and discussion of amendments to Chapter 239 of the Municipal Code regarding the recreation open space inventory. They are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to our next meeting, that is August 25th of this year. And that concludes correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cam. So I would like to go into old business. I would like to call case P 2025-0133. The address is 547-555 Summit Avenue. It's preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. This matter has been heard, and I am 100% certain every commissioner that's attending tonight's meeting was present at the previous meeting as well. So can we get the attorney, Charles Harrington?
Promoting Mr. Harrington.
Okay, there we go. Cameron,
John.
can you promote my my team then? It's Christina Atea, Paul Freitas, John McDonough, Ian Burton.
So the only person I don't see is John.
John McDonough, if you could use the hand raise function, there should be a button at the bottom of your screen. Oh, he's here, Cam.
Oh,
He's not
Where's he?
raising his hand, but he's here.
okay. I'll get him.
Oh, he's raising his hand now. Okay.
Perfect. You're good.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington, on behalf of the applicant, as the chairwoman mentioned, we have had a few hearings on this, and when we last left off at the end of June, we were requested to try to address specifically the trash and the circulation and operations of that, which we have, and we want to present that tonight. We also have planning testimony to complete with regard to the application. So we want to, go through that as well. But so before I start, I do want to note that I did renotice for the last meeting. The reason for that is because of the change in the circulation, which is for the trash, which is all going to be interior, as you'll see. We reduced the hotel unit count on the North Tower by 3 because we needed to recapture some interior space for the trash rooms and the circulation, as you'll see during the presentation. Now it all flows now from the South Tower to the North Tower, freight elevators bringing it down right to the area that is part of the loading area. So with that said, I did also provide the notices directly to Mr. Lampe, so I'd ask that they be reviewed and marked.
Mr. Harrington, I did receive your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with the revised notice or the new notice as you just indicated. Mike, can you tell me what we're up to so we mark it accordingly, but we're going to mark it as, are we A5, Mike? Are you able to tell me?
I didn't pull it up.
As of the June 30th, we were up to A6, so I guess this would be A7.
A7. Yep, that's right.
So we're going to mark it as A7, and that's Mr. Harrington, it's showing the July 16th date as the notice date.
That's right. So we had renoticed for the July meeting, and then that that's where we had the Tyler glitch, and then we were carried to today's date.
A7.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, again, in addition to what I just said, we went back, we looked at this, took the comments of the board into consideration. We think it actually makes it a better project. As you'll see, everything's interior, and with that, I'll hand it right over to Christina Taya to walk you through this. As just for the record, Christina was qualified as the project architect under the direction of Paul Friedis under the prior meeting. So I'd ask her to take you through the plan. I don't know, does she need to be sworn in again tonight?
Usually I swear everyone in again, so I could just swear Paul and Christina in again, and we just go that way.
Thank you.
All right, I'll swear you both in. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We
I
do.
do.
And ladies first, can you state and spell your name, please?
Christina Atiye, Christina Attiyeah.
Paul Freitas, Paul Freitas.
Thank you.
Paul, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Christina will be acting on your behalf.
Yes, she will.
Thank you. You may proceed, Christina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I'm going to share my screen with the latest set of plans. Yeah, so last we presented, we did go back and take a look at the trash circulation, especially given the South Tower, which is the 547 Summit Tower. So just as a recap, the North Tower here is 555 Summit. The trash room as proposed remained the same. We did find a shorter access to the loading, to the exterior loading. Before it was proposed to go around the retail. Right now it's kind of going through a back of house corridor that directly goes out and unloads here when the truck picks up. At the time, the concern was how would 547 load? And we heard the comments, and looking back, we do agree that coming out via Homestead Market in front of the retail, which could lead to spillage and just unpleasant views, wasn't the best option. So we did go back, we looked into it throughout the building. So it's always interior circulated. And then we'll unload here at the 555 Summit loading. This interior connection will have to happen on the third floor. So right now on the ground floor, there is no trash room being shown. The chutes will stop at the third floor. So I'm going to jump right up there and then work our way down. So on the third floor, that's when the two towers do connect. So we did stop the trash room on the third floor, as you can see right here. With the two compactors and with the accurate amount of containers needed for the tower. And then when the trash stops here on the third floor, the maintenance team will roll it through the service corridor, take it through a designated service elevator, and then take it down to the second, to the third, and then to the first, load it into 555 Summit trash room, which will fit the amount of containers that is appropriate for both towers. And then when the truck does arrive, the team will load out as within 10 minutes ahead of the truck coming, unload, and bring the containers back in. So going back to the third floor plan, this is kind of where everything is connecting to each other within the building. No trash is being seen on the exterior. And then a minimal walk on the first floor to get to the truck here. The whole tower, the whole residential tower, will unload their trash on the third floor. For the plan for the second floor, which is the hotel units, and for the retail on the ground floor, this would be serviced through a service elevator. So the retail maintenance team, the hotel maintenance team will bring up their bags through this designated service elevator, which can land them directly into the trash room, it could store here, and then when it's ready to be pulled out for trash pickup, it would go back through the service corridor being proposed. So that's basically the reiteration we did. We agree. We do think this is better for weather conditions, for the overall public realm, especially along Homestead Market and along the loading zone on Van Rypen. We've discussed it with the property management team. They believe that this could be handled with the staff, and that the required space is provided, and the elevators should work with the containers being provided for the buildings.
And then I'd also add, I know there was a question or an issue that was brought up at the last meeting, how, on some of these issues, how can you make sure that it's a public record and that it's not a zoning issue in the future as to what is required. And we would provide an easement from, the north tower to the south tower, in perpetuity for that building to bring it over. They have the right to go through the building for the trash purposes, and that could be a condition of approval and then it runs with the resolution, and then an easement would be executed and recorded and run with the land.
So, Mr. Harrington, if the board were to vote favorably upon this, it will be conditioned on both an easement from the south tower to the north tower. I guess it would be a reciprocal easement, and also conditioned on a 10-minute pickup so that we don't have garbage outside piling up in that area.
That's right.
Christina, if I may, maybe I missed something. So on the second floor is the retail and the hotel. Their pickup or their trash will go to the third, or they're going straight to the first?
They'll go through the third via the service elevator. So the retail
And
can
then
use
it goes down. Then it all goes down together.
Yes, it'll go up to the third floor to 555 Summit, and then back down all together to this combined trash room.
Gotcha. Is that your presentation?
Yes, this is it for now. Yes.
Okay. Is there any board comments?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Neither do I.
No.
No comment.
All good?
Yes, all good.
All good.
Okay. All
Okay.
right, thank you, Christina.
I would just say thank you to the applicant. I think they were very good at listening to the board's concerns and addressing them, and appreciate their partnership and taking the concerns into account.
Agreed.
Great.
Totally great. Thank you very much.
I think it's another example of board comments that do result in better projects.
Absolutely. So,
I see
Mr. Harrington, you have any other?
Mr. Harrington.
What's that?
I see Mr. McDonough.
Yes. Now, yeah, if the board is okay, then I'll move forward with Mr.
Yes, please.
McDonough.
All right, John, I'll swear you in. You're already ready to go. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is John McDonough, MC, capital DONOUGH.
Thank you.
John, is your license current and in good standing?
It is, Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Take it away, Chuck.
Yeah, John. Yeah, you know the drill.
Okay, so clearly this application has evolved as part of an interactive process, which is exactly what the land use law says it's supposed to be. Or excuse me, our Supreme Court in New Jersey in that Pizzo-Manton case talks about an interactive process where the board, public makes comments and an applicant responds. That has clearly happened here, and we've landed at a good spot with a project that is in substantial conformance with your redevelopment plan, the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, Zone 3, the commercial center subdistrict. This project, top to bottom, substantially complies in terms of the use and the bulk controls. There's no relief related for the building height, for the density, for the floor area, for the coverage, for the setbacks, for the parking, for the streetscape. Our applicant here is availing itself of the bonuses in the redevelopment plan, the additional floors through the commercial use bonus and the affordable housing bonus as well. And again, top to bottom, substantial compliance with, I'll say, the higher tiers of zoning controls in that redevelopment plan. Just to sort of tie this all together and the relatively minor relief that the applicant is seeking here, I'd like to share, Madam Chair, just a screenshot of exhibits that show how, from a physical planning standpoint, there's going to be a positive interaction and continue the positive transformation of the area around Journal Square.
And John, before you get into these, I think we're up to A8. If you can please identify the exhibits for the record.
So A8 for the record is going to be a series of photographs. One is a satellite image just to give context. And then from the bird's eye, we've added a couple of 3D drone photos as well. So it shows how this infill development is compatible with the character of the area, not only substantially aligning with the redevelopment plan, but also substantially aligning with the physical character of the area as well. So
how many slides, John?
I think it's 5 that we've got here. Let me just double check. 5, yep. So we'll pop through them very quickly here.
Santa, do you need to know the date on it?
The date is going to be, they were taken back on April 14th when we started the process. Subject property has this irregular shape and triple frontage. It is 7 tax lots, block 7904, lots 5 through 11. It's about 3/4 of an acre, about 2/3 of an acre, 0.67 acres. It's developed with 3 mixed-use buildings, sort of a hodgepodge of uses here, and then you've got parking in between. In terms of the surrounding land use context, we know we've got the Journal Square Transit Hub, the PATH station within 500 feet of way, and we're transforming with new redevelopment, high-rise redevelopment, all around the subject site. The redevelopment proposal here, looking at, again, the context in terms of A8 is infill development, looking at the subject site and looking at all the growth and positive transformation around it. We're going to bring a building in here that is compatible with what you see in these photographs from 4 different vantage points, looking at various angles. And again, we're going to eliminate surface parking lot, which is undesirable from a urban planning standpoint, and fill it in with masses that, again, will nicely infill this particular section of the city. In terms of the redevelopment plan, again, we're here to demolish all the existing structures, construct 2 47-story mixed-use towers, a total of 1,514 dwelling units. In phase 1, the North Tower at 555, you've got 860 units. This is going to be an inclusionary project, so you've got the 86 affordables. And then, as you've heard, over in the South Tower, number 547, 654 units, of which 66 will be affordable. You've got the hotel components in each as well. In terms of the redevelopment plan, the stated purpose here is to provide active uses around the Journal Square Transportation Center. The zone permits a wide range of uses and forms, including exactly what the applicant is doing here, high-rise and mixed-use development. We talked about the full conformance. The list of the relief, relatively minor. In terms of the phase 1 deviations or the North Tower, you've got the tower front setback from Van Ripen, where 10 feet is proposed, whereas 15 feet is what's required. This is really an effective side yard, and it meets the side yard requirement, given the fact that we do have sort of a hardship here with the triple frontage. Also compatible with the other setbacks in the area as well. Over on the summit side, we've got a setback of 0.4 feet, where 15 feet is the minimum that's required. Also consistent with the character of the area and the other towers on Summit Ave. And then the tower side setback, as we work our way to the pedestrian link in the middle, the 2 towers are going to come very close to each other, almost kiss up against each other. The separation will be 1 foot, where 10 feet is the minimum that's required. That's internal to the development and provides a nice cover over that pedestrian link. The base setback to the lower density residential zone, that's adjacent to lot 4 that you see here, is 10 feet, where 30 feet is the minimum that's required. I call it a pinch point back here. You saw the service court. A portion of the building is going to project into that 30-foot setback, but for the most part, this is where that service court will be. So you do have good separation from that adjacent lot number 4. Most of the base will comply. In terms of the retail depth, again, on the first phase here, 13 feet is going to be provided along the pedestrian corridor, where 25 is the minimum that's required. It's only at the corner locations at the Homestead Market pedestrian link. And again, there are practical difficulties with utilities and other elements of the plan, parking in the interior space, rather, the service space. That makes that a practical difficulty as well. And again, we're going to nicely line that pedestrian corridor with these retail uses. At the base, you've got non-retail uses on the first floor. The percentage is 32%, where 15% would be the maximum that's allowed. That's for the transformer rooms that our architect talked about. Likewise, at the base, you've got non-retail uses on the first floor, where the length would be 52 feet, where 30 feet is the maximum that's allowed. And again, the reason there is the utility necessity for those transformer rooms. Relief related to the stilted building in the back, it's just a small portion, as you saw, over the service court, which isn't going to be open-sided. And then the street trees, the separation, 30 feet is the maximum that's allowed. 60 feet is proposed due to streetscape utility conflicts, and the applicant will contribute to the tree fund to mitigate that impact. The number of street trees are going to be 7. We've optimized the number of street trees we could fit, where 9 would be the minimum required. So the applicant's asking the board to move on that relief. Similar to the North Tower, over on the South Tower side, you've got the front setback of 10 feet versus 15 feet over at Pavonia. And then, again, that's an effective side yard that meets the side yard requirement. The tower on the front on Summit is going to be 0 feet, where 15 feet would be the minimum required. Again, consistent with other towers on Summit. The number of loading zones, 1 is required. Technically, we need relief as well because 0 are associated directly with the south building, number 555. But we do have that interaction and that great solution that the applicant's team came up with in terms of linking the refuse area with that service court. The base of the retail depth, as with the north side, on the south side is 21 feet, where 25 feet is the minimum that's required. Again, we're only dealing with corner locations along the Homestead Market pedestrian link. The base also has non-retail uses on the first floor facade, where the percentage is 23%, where 15% would be the maximum allowed, all for the transformer rooms. The street tree separation, 88 feet, where 30 would be the maximum allowed. Again, due to those conflicts of utilities along the sidewalk. And then finally, the number of street trees. We've optimized the amount we could get here, 5 being what's proposed, 8 being the minimum that's required. Just to tie it all together here in terms of the statutory basis for relief, we're going to turn to the flexible C balancing test, where this is a better zoning alternative for the property, and the benefits of the application as a whole substantially outweigh the detriments. In terms of the positives, we see numerous purposes of the land use law being advanced here at NJSA 40:55D-2, including purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare, with permitted uses that both implicitly and explicitly serve the public good, including new housing stock, affordable housing stock, and service uses along that pedestrian link. Purpose G, to promote the planning goal for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens, with infill redevelopment that is compatible with the transforming character of the area. Purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment. I'll let the architectural speak for themselves as to the added value and quality in contrast to what is out there now. And then purpose M, the project will promote the planning goal for efficient use of land because it involves redevelopment of underutilized sites that will reverse that ongoing stagnation and revitalizing the site. On the negative side, I believe all relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public based on all of the testimony and the nice movement of this application. The project will flow, will function, will operate safely, comfortably, efficiently, and all relief can be granted without substantial impairment to the zone plan and ordinance. The applicant, in its submission to the board, has actually provided two full sets of zone tables, two full sheets rather, with over 300 line items. And if you look at that sheet, most say complies, complies, complies. So the relief really in the big picture is relatively modest here. Those higher tiers of zoning are all hit: the use, the density, the form. Therefore, we believe that the application certainly meets the statutory test for approval. Compliments to the board for taking a good plan and making it better through this interactive process. And with that, I'll finally take this off the screen and conclude that approval is warranted here. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Any board comments?
No, Madam Chair.
No.
No. No comment.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Harrington?
Yeah, that would complete our presentation with regard to our witnesses. So I just, and I know we've been here for a while on this application, but I just wanted to maybe say a few comments because I think the project you'll find, or I hope you find, that it's consistent with the intent of the redevelopment plan and creating the affordable housing. This project will result in 152 new affordable units, which in addition to the project that was approved around the block, you're looking at over 250 new affordable housing units within a few block area. That was the intent of the amendment to the redevelopment plan a few years ago to create an opportunity to create affordable housing in this area, and this would help to do that. I think it's consistent with the other development within the area. It also, I believe, creates a public benefit with this pedestrian connection, a pedestrian wayfare where people can go. Now they've got connections to the pedestrian homestead extension, and it just gives up people in that area different places to walk. Lastly, I know we didn't point this out, but again, I think the recommendation on the trash really worked out well. And one of the unintended consequences of it is as a positive benefit is that we ended up, and we forgot to point it out during the presentation, with more retail, commercial space along the first floor of that area. When you brought that trash room up, it created more retail, and that's one of the intents of the redevelopment plan too, is to try to create retail and commercial on the ground floor. So, I think overall it's I hope you find it's a good project. I think the recommendation on the trash was a very good recommendation and resulted in a much better project.
Thank you. If there's no other board comments, I would like to open to the public. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Did we just communicate how the public would express interest, raising their hand? Staff could just share that.
We do have one hand that was just raised.
Can we promote that person?
Laura Mistretta has been promoted.
Hi, Laura. I just need to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yes, my name is Laura Mistretta, Laura. Last name is Mistretta. And I'm here in a professional capacity, so based out of East Brunswick, One Tower Center Boulevard, East Brunswick, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Laura, you have 3 minutes to speak on 547-555 Summit Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Like I said, my name's Laura Mastretta, and I'm a representative from the Laborers Union. Our Jersey City members, many of whom have spoken here before this board, are concentrated in Ward F and A, and we fear that these communities are at real risk of being left behind by the development wave in Jersey City today. We believe the two best ways to prevent them being left behind is to have more projects that provide deeper affordability and create quality local jobs. And unfortunately, this project is not passing that test from our point of view. It really seems to me that the NAMDAR group is being rewarded handsomely for offering the bare minimum. And while I understand that this board has a limited purview, I am curious to understand what opportunities exist to improve project outcomes moving forward. So a couple questions. First, I'd like to know who determines how many bonus floors a developer gets for providing a minimum of 10% affordable housing. How are these decisions made? And is there discretion in the number of bonus floors, or is this a mandated amount? Second, the majority of the affordable units here are moderate income versus low or very low income. And so I'm curious who's signing off on the income mix of these units, and if there's a role for the planning board to encourage deeper affordability in the affordable units being proposed. I'd also like to note in the time that I have remaining that 75.5% or 1,144 of this project's total units are studios. And when you separate out the 10% of units that are income restricted, studios account for 84% of all market rate units. I find that pretty astounding myself, and I encourage the board to weigh in on whether this mix of housing is really what makes sense for Jersey City moving forward. And lastly, I know you've already heard from both us at the Laborers and from Mr. Harrington about our relationship moving forward, and that we've been offered an opportunity to bid on future work, including this project. But I did want to take the time to clarify that having an opportunity to bid is not the same thing as a project going union. And we do fully expect NAMDAR and their general contractor, AJD, to go with the lowest bid, regardless of that contractor's track record. And the crux of that issue really is developer greed. Our contractors are never going to be—
Ms. Mastretta, that's not appropriate at this time.
All right. I would like to, if I could move on then in my remaining time.
Yep.
I did see at the last planning board meeting that Mr. Harrington represented that all wage issues had been resolved. And I did want to set the record
Also
straight.
not appropriate.
All right, I just want to say workers have not been fully paid and they're not guaranteed their full wages at this time. So I just want to set the record straight so make sure that there's no misunderstanding of what was said last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, promoting Kamora Robinson.
Well, Ms. Robinson, I just need to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Kamora, Comora Robinson, Robinson, and I'm at 350 Warren Street.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to speak on behalf of the Warren Street development for Nimbus. Three things.
This isn't that application.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This application is 547-555 Summit Avenue. And which application you would like to speak on?
The Warren Street.
Warren's.
It's number 16, maybe?
Is that the RDP?
The Powerhouse redevelopment
Yeah.
amendment.
Okay. So we haven't gotten to that as yet.
Okay.
We're still going through from our old business.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other from the public?
That's all.
No one else from the public. I'd like to close the public portion.
Second it.
Our public is closed. Mr. Harrington, would you like to address the concern of
Ms. Mastretta?
or yes, please.
Yeah, sure. Sure. So yeah, as Ms. Mastretta indicated, like we've had discussions in the past with her and Mike Tolentino. And with Local 3, I know that's not relevant before here, but we are continuing to review that for this project and other projects. I can tell you in our office, we have other projects where we talk to all the developers and say, hey, let's, I give the names and say, let's talk about this before we get too far down the road. So that is the discussions that are taking place. But with regard to her questions on the bonus floors, and yeah, I know Mr. De Silva can also confirm this, that uh, under the redevelopment plan, all of this is governed by the redevelopment plan, the zoning, and the IZO, the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is regulated by Jersey City. So the redevelopment plan provides that you can get up to 20 stories for an accommodation for providing for 10% affordable housing. And under that, you get 5,000 square feet of additional residential area and 250 additional square feet for amenity space for each unit. So that brings you up, that kind of, you do the math and you get a number as to how much square footage you can do. And does that bring you up to 20 stories, or does it bring you up to 10 stories? It'll depend upon the footprint of the building. In this instance, we're actually not even reaching the total square footage that would be permissible as an accommodation for the 152 affordable units. But that all is regulated by the Journal Square redevelopment plan. It's not a discretionary thing. And then with regard to the unit mix, that is specifically regulated by the Jersey City Inclusionary Zoning Ordinance, the IZO, which walks hand in hand with the UHAC standards that the city follows. So every developer in the city that does affordable housing is following those specific regulations. The Division of Affordable Housing oversees that and makes sure that compliance is done. And then you ultimately enter into an affordable housing agreement with the Division of Affordable Housing. That gets recorded with the Hudson County Register along with a deed restriction. So these are all things that they're not not a discretionary item. They're things that the city has already passed ordinances to address.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Matt, would you like to wrap the application up?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to substantiate that how Mr. Harrington described the affordable housing process here is pretty much accurate. I'll go into a little more detail for the benefit of the public and the board. So there's two components. There is obviously how we regulate affordable housing and inclusionary zoning in general across the city, which includes the affordability levels and the bedroom count and how we ensure compliance. So that's all contained within our municipal code, and we comply with the state's Uniform Housing Affordability Controls, also known as UHAC standards in those matters, which mandates a mix of affordability levels at very low, low, and moderate levels to ensure, okay, they're not just including all moderate income units to comply, but that there are housing opportunities created at all three of those income levels in percentages in the guidelines. There's also guidelines that are related to bedroom count and unit size. You can't just do all studios, though. There's a minimum number of 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units required. And so this development is in compliance with all those, and compliance with all those are ensured by our Division of Affordable Housing, who both approve what we call an affordable housing checklist, which is basically a preliminary outline of the broader ability to comply. And then that will be fully executed via a legally binding affordable housing agreement, which will also include affirmative marketing, how the housing lotteries are run, et cetera. There's many levels of compliance here, and this development's in full compliance. Furthermore, I just want to talk about how what we call, I know both Ms. Mistretta and Mr. Harrington used the word bonus, but in this case, it's actually an accommodation, which is a slight technical difference. Court precedent in New Jersey generally says when you require affordable housing as a requirement, especially as a mandatory requirement, as we are here in this zones 1 and 3 of the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, you need to make a realistic opportunity for that affordable housing to be realized in a development. Essentially, financially, the project has to be feasible. And part of the way you make that feasible is via allowing enough market rate density to cross-subsidize the affordable housing here. And the language of the mandatory affordable housing accommodations in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan provide that for every affordable unit created, there is an accommodation of 5,000 square feet of additional building capacity, square footage allowed. If you just did that on its own, it could theoretically go on forever. And, someone could come in and propose a 1,000-story building or something crazy like that. And so to ensure it doesn't go on forever and that we have some sort of rational limit in to what extent that accommodation can be used to increase the building capacity, we say that additional square footage you get via 5,000 square feet per affordable unit in your building caps out at allowing you 20 additional stories compared to what the zoning says. And so there's both a ratio of square footage allowed to affordable units provided, as well as that 20-story limit. And that's how the plan reads, and this proposal is compliant with those measures. With that, I'll move on to the application as a whole. So there were, in the planning report, there were a list of 7 conditions, which include the 5 standard conditions, as well as requirements related to a deed of easement and maintenance agreement confirming the state of Homestead Market as a privately operated public space with 24/7 perpetual public pedestrian access. And so that is a recommended condition of approval from staff. Additionally, always we recommend complying with all provisions of the inclusionary zoning ordinance and related affordable housing legislation for the city. In addition, there were several board noted conditions related to easement condition for trash access, 10-minute garbage pickup condition, and curb extensions. Is the applicant willing to agree to all those conditions as a condition of approval?
Yes, and I'm going into the recess of my mind. I believe we'll also agree to continue to work with the Department of Infrastructure if they want bump outs on the corners.
Correct. Staff can also vouch for the veracity and professional accuracy of Mr. McDonough's testimony regarding the conditions for the variances. With that being said, staff recommends approval with conditions. I'm open for questions from the board if they have any.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions from the board?
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
If there's no question, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0133 as presented to the board with all noted staff and board conditions.
Second.
Vice Chair Wick,
I will vote aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Chair Gangadin.
Yeah, I just want to thank the developer and the team for their efforts in listening to our concerns, the board concerns, and redesigning this project, whereby we are satisfied with the redesign of the garbage. The variances requested are minimal and it's no detriment to the public. So my vote is aye.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on to new business. At this time, if there's anyone from the public for case B 2024-0240, this matter will be heard on August 25th, 2026. The address is 916A and 918 West Side Avenue. This matter will be heard on August 25th. Moving on to number 10, I'd like to call case P 2025-0266. The address is 99 Hudson Street. Applicant is Just Salad, 99 Hudson Street, LLC. It's for signage and C variances. Kim, can you promote the attorney? Benjamin?
Yes, Madam Chair. Benjamin Wine has been, oh boy. Benjamin
Almost
Lin-
wrong. There's not many of us, I guess. There's only a few. Ben Lindeman on behalf of the applicant from Murphy, Schiller and Wilkes. I have a representative from the design team, a planner, and a representative from Just Salad as well, if they're needed.
I saw Baylor raise their hand.
Yep. That's Gabe Baylor, the planner. Then let me pull up my list here. So
Cassandra Flor de Maria.
yeah, Flor and Cassandra, Jennifer Richter.
So Ben, while we're promoting everybody in, we received the affidavit of notice proof of publication with respect to the application at 99 Hudson Street for the Just Salad 99 Hudson Street LLC. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it for purpose of the record as A1. I appreciate you have a massive team with you, but in looking at the application, it looked like signage, and I think hopefully we won't need to hear everybody.
No. So I was going to say that I think the design team could speak, and then the planner could speak, and that would be enough. But if you had any questions for the applicant, I just wanted to have them available just in case.
Very much appreciated.
Very much so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there a member of your team named, oh, they lowered their hand. Never mind.
So Ben, I guess you tell us who needs to be sworn in to go through the detail. If it's going to be the planner to give the planning testimony at the same time, so be it.
Gabe and Flor de Maria. And just to note, Flor is not an architect, so they wouldn't be necessarily have to be qualified, but Gabe would have to be qualified as well.
Who do you want to go first?
Flor de Maria, if you're available, if you could turn your camera on, that would be great, and your volume.
All right, and I can swear in Flora, if you raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? No, can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
We can. And I think you said yes, right?
Yes, sir. But I wanted to say that could you please add Hussein Contractor? He's actually the person who will be speaking on behalf of Easy Signs for the design.
Thank you. So that's Hussein is in the other, should be in the waiting room if possible.
Okay, promoted Hussein.
Thank you.
All right, and so I'll swear in Hussein. If you could just
Yes.
raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Hussein, Hussain. Last name Shakir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's licensed?
Well, it's just the design of the project. So we don't have a licensed architect in this application because it's just the variance for the size of the sign.
So Hussein is a sign designer and creator,
Correct.
is that fair?
Yes.
And Mr. Hussein, I did not get, is Hussein the last name? You're muted, sir.
Yes, Shakir, Shakir.
And sir, you're in the business of designing signs, is that fair?
Correct. We are a signage manufacturer and we help with the design of the sign as well.
And how long have you been in that business?
20 years.
Madam Chair, I would accept the gentleman as an expert in the design of signs.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you may proceed.
Thank you so much. So we are here today. Floor, if you could scroll up to the top for just a second to the first page. So there's a Just Salad opening up hopefully on 99 Hudson, and certain signage requirements under the redevelopment plan. We are hoping to be able to receive variances for specifically a blade sign projecting from the facade by 3 feet 4 inches where 15 inches is allowed. Window signs shall not exceed 20% of the window space surface, and we are seeking one that equals 31%. And then there's also only allowed to be one sign per storefront, and we are seeking 2. Hopefully, Hussein can take us through the design and show the it's not as onerous of an ask as it might seem. And then, like I said, our planner will be able to discuss the variance criteria.
Okay.
So this is just a standard Just Salad signage project. You have a internally illuminated channel letter sign, bottom justified mounted to a raceway. It's all aluminum construction, LED illuminated, with low voltage LED lighting. Next page. This is a traditional Just Salad blade sign, again with translucent faces to emit light through. There's LED illumination mounted on aluminum brackets. It's all aluminum construction installed as such on the wall with their logo.
And Hussein, I'll just stop you there for a second. That's if you could just go up. That's the blade sign that's extending further than is what allowed under the redevelopment plan. Yeah, as you can see, it's I think it's commensurate with the awning, and as we'll discuss, it's commensurate with other local businesses. But go ahead.
Okay. And then next is it's a traditional vinyl decal, regular vinyl, cut vinyl, printed and applied to the door. Just a vinyl sticker with their logo. Same thing goes on this window. It's just vinyl decal logo applied to the window. It's just a larger mock-up of the same logo. And that's it.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Hussein, so the signs are lighted. Will it be lighted just during business hours only?
Yes, correct. All the signage will be installed onto a timer, and the timer will dictate when they can come on, or we can set the timer to when they can come on and when they can go off. And that's how we would control them.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments?
No.
If there's none, then we'll proceed with the planner.
Thank you. I guess, Flora, you could leave that up there just in case Gabe needs it, but unless Gabe, you have other.
Yeah, Ben, actually, I have a presentation on
Okay, sounds good,
this,
Ben.
this picture board. Yeah.
Great. So Flora, yeah, thank you.
And Ben, I'll swear you in. If you can raise your right hand. Your right hand.
Oh, right. I'm right. Yeah, I'm doing
You swear any
that
testimony-
hand.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure. It's Gabe Baylor, last name Bailer. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey since 2007. Also a member of the American Institute Certified Planner since 2007. Testified across boards across New Jersey, including Jersey City, and I've been accepted as an expert in the field of planning.
Thank you.
Mr. Baylor, is your license current?
Yes, it is, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members, commissioners. So as Hussein went through, what we're here tonight is for signage that requires 3 variances. I just wanted to give the context to the board just in terms of the location. The property is located at 99 Hudson Street. It is a residential development with 2 ground floor retail spaces, one on York Street and Hudson Street, and that's the location for the proposed Just Salad. And the other retail space is on Grand Street and Hudson Street. As you can see by the image, image A, and this in terms on the right corner gives the context, a Google map of where the pictures are taken. As you can see,
let's mark this as A2. Give me a date and number of slides, please.
it's just one slide, and pictures were taken on Monday.
Okay. Monday being the 10th.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
As you can see, this is the location of the retail space where the proposed Just Salad is going to be located. It is set back approximately 40 feet from the corner of Hudson Street and York Street. As well, there are several stairs to go up into the location of the Just Salad. Picture B is a closer up image just in terms of the stairs to walk up, and in terms of also the patio area outside, which you could see in picture C. Picture D is the other retail side on the other side of 99 Hudson Street on Grand Street and Hudson Street. And as you can see, that is vacant. Picture E is the Hudson Green Market. It's signage on the Hudson Green Market across the street on Hudson Street, just in terms of getting context of the surrounding uses. The property is located downtown Jersey City. It is in a prominent location, and since the application, the development was received CO, that retail space where the Just Salad is going to be located has been vacant. So as Mr. Lindeman mentioned, there are 3 variances that are required. The property is located in the Colgate redevelopment plan. So there's 3 variances, all related to signage in terms of the application. As I'm sure the board is aware, there are the C in terms of proofs for a variance, for a C variance. There's a C1, a hardship, and a C2, where the purposes of zoning would be advanced and the benefits derived by the variance without any detriments. As well, I have to show the negative criteria, where the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and where it will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. In terms of the criteria, the first variances are related to projection, where a sign cannot project more than 15-inch, and the proposed blade sign is projecting 3 feet 4 inches. In terms of the criteria, I think when the redevelopment plan was crafted, it didn't account for blade signs, which have become more commonplace. As you can see how the building's set back, it needs some visibility in terms of identification, as it is set back approximately 40 feet. If the blade sign is sufficient height, there's a clearance of 7 feet 6 inches. The blade sign is desirable. It's aesthetically pleasing. It complements the building, and it also provides attraction, which is needed for this prominent location for this retail space in downtown Jersey City. The second variance is related to window signage shall not exceed 20% of the window surface. What's being proposed is 31%. As Hussein mentioned, this is intended to attract visibility in relationship to the proposed just salad and how it is set back. It needs as most visibility as possible. It's an attractive design, does not impair any visibility or transparency or light into the building. It's only a one side pane on the right side, approximately 11.2 square feet. The signage are designed to complement the building facade and surrounding commercial environment. As you can see in the picture, there's similar signage in the Hudson Green Market. This in terms of taking, I don't know, it looks like it exceeds 20% of the window pane in that picture. The last variance is related to the number of signs. What's permitted is one sign, and what's proposed is two signs. You have the typical sign above the commercial storefront, and as well you have the blade sign. So those are the two signs, and because of that, we required the variance. In terms of the criteria, it's the same criteria as the building is set back approximately 40 feet. You need as much visibility as possible to have successful businesses location because of its unique characteristics of the steps leading to the business front. It's an aesthetically pleasing design, complements the building, and also supports the economic vitality of the downtown area and the surrounding businesses, which are the uses are business uses and residential. So this provides food and lunch and dinner opportunities for the surrounding businesses and as well the residents. The application meets the positive criteria of the municipal land use law. A purpose A, to encourage municipal action and guide the appropriate use of development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Just South will occupy a vacant storefront since 2020. It is one of the most prominent buildings in downtown Jersey City and will provide additional food options to the surrounding working and residential community. Purpose I, to promote the desirable visual environment for creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. The signs are attractive design and complement the scale and the design of the building. As well, the proposed variances do not have any negative criteria, no substantial detriment to the public good. There's no substantial impairment to the intent of the master plan and zone plan. It does not conflict with the goals and objectives of the 2022 master plan or the Colgate redevelopment plan. In my opinion, this meets the positive and negative criteria, and it is a positive addition to downtown Jersey City. That is my testimony.
Thank you. Any board comments?
No.
Thank
Signs
you.
look great aesthetically.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is that your that concludes your testimony, Mr. Letterman?
Yes, it does. Unless the board has any questions for the applicant, we think that it's a just a minimal request, and it's commensurate with the neighborhood, and we hope that the board looks fondly upon our application, and we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to open to the public. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second.
Public is closed. Our planner is Ben.
Hi. Yes, staff agrees with the testimony provided by the applicant, Mr. Baylor. The only thing I would add is that the Colgate redevelopment plan does have a specified goal of creating new employment opportunities, and I think these signs will help facilitate that goal. Staff recommends approval provided that the applicant agree to the conditions in the staff memo dated June 30th, 2026.
We do. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0266 as presented to the board this meeting with all staff conditions.
Second.
Great. Commissioner Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato. Commissioner Stamato, you're muted.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Signs look great. I wish you all the best of luck. I know the salad business has been rough this month, but I vote aye.
all right, Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you. I'd like to call case P 2026-0018, minor site plan with C variance. Address is 200 Green Street. Applicant is Harborside Unit A Urban Renewal. Mr. Harrington?
Their team's joining us.
Do we have, Cameron, it's Charles Height and Salil Sheth, Sheth.
Mr. Harrington, I'm receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application of 200 Green Street here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review it. It appears to be in order. I'm going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record. Mr. Harrington, I understand this to be another sign application as well.
Yes, it is. And so, yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington of Conifold on behalf of the applicant. It is a signage application, so I'll try to move efficiently through this. Just to get a
Sorry,
little.
there's no Salil Chef here. There's a Shen.
Okay, well, we'll see. She didn't respond to my text, so we can move forward.
I'm sure Charles will do a good job on it.
It's going to be it's Charles Square here. We're gonna go forward on this. I think we can handle it. That was our plan. So, so for the board's sake, this involves the building that used to be called Irby, right? It's the building downtown on Green Street that a lot of people will refer to it as the Jenga building, but it's been up for a number of years between Hudson Street and Green Street. That building, one of the partners sold out the building to entirely to Veris Residential, and then Veris Residential sold it out to a new group. If you follow the real estate transactions that happened within the last 3 to 4 months, so it's now called the Sable, not Irby. So there was a rebranding on it, and when Veris took it over, the marketing group kind of got a little bit too far over their skis and started putting on the rebranding signage on the windows, the vinyl signs. And one of the old institutional people at Veris picked up on it and said, "Hey, we need to talk to planning about this because I think you're doing beyond what you're permitted." So that's what initiated this application, because the signage is there, right? The vinyl siding. So we were asking for relief because it exceeds the permitted signage under the redevelopment plan. So we're asking what the board deems appropriate. If they deem some is not appropriate, then the vinyl siding will be taken off. But that's where we are tonight. Charles Height, he has an exhibit. He is my planner. So my thought is Charles could use his exhibit to walk you through the signage and explain where the requested relief is, and speak to the project, because it's a little unique because it's got three streets and then it backs up to the light rail. So with that said, I'm going to let Charles take it over from here.
Hey, good evening.
And I'll just swear you in real quick.
Yep.
You swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name?
Yes, Charles Height. Last name is spelled Heydt.
Thank you.
Charles, is your license current and in good standing?
It is current and in good standing. Good evening again, Madam Chair
You're
and board
qualified.
members.
Thank you.
And Charles, you have prepared an exhibit with
we did. I'll
signs?
bring it up and we can mark it.
Yes.
I'm gonna mark it as A2. Charles, tell me number of slides. Give me the date, the title.
2 slides. Signage exhibit is the title, and it's dated June 4th, 2026.
All right, I got 3.5 minutes for you.
I will jump into it. When we were brought into this application, we did recognize the signage was installed. These are our window decals, so we do recognize the installation is as straightforward as it can be. They're vinyl stickers that are applied to the windows, all at grade. So I'll walk the board through the locations just to give a sense of context, but then also go through the planning. So to start there, this building is constructed, has been constructed for a number of years, does have multiple frontages, not only on streets, but also on the light rail path that travels to the north of it. So from a redevelopment plan standpoint, we're in the Exchange Place North redevelopment plan area. This is in the downtown section of Jersey City, specifically in the Harborside West district. We're about a block off from the Hudson River. So again, we're bound by Green Street to the west, Bay Street to the south, Hudson Street to the east, and the light rail to the north. The main entrance to the lobby and the building is off of Bay Street. They do have other vantage points from a pedestrian, vehicular, and path that they're trying to utilize those vantage points for a little bit more building identification. Obviously, with the rebanding, trying to get as much building signage with the new name, availability of apartments and information. So I'll start in the northwest corner. So the north facade and the west facade, there are 2 areas of signage. What we did to confirm compliance with the redevelopment plan, which it's a one statement of signage regulation, is take photos, we measured signs, and then we put the typical signage area calculation box in red over the signage. So everything you see here in red print and red box is just our work over the actual image. But what you see in the box, the Sable, the slogan, a new angle on Jersey City living, is part of the wall decal. So just to make sure that that's clear for the board, we did this in effort to calculate the total square area of the signs. You can see this is the north facade at that northwest corner. This is again, the northwest corner, but on the western facade, same consistent Sable sign, the reference to the apartment, and just some branding. The statements change just to create some intrigue in terms of dialogue with anyone viewing it. As we walk around the building, I'm going to come to the southwest corner, and there's, again, similar signage, table, slogans, some dialogue to support some of the theme of the apartments. And then in this instance, they have the first reference to the leasing office, as well as a QR code where someone could scan and get more information. So again, still consistent. Sable's the main signage reference point. Also on the southeast corner, this is the southern most. This is one of the main leasing office entrances. So you see the open door that's accessible. You have the QR code again, but this is the largest Sable sign on the near the Jersey City, near the leasing office entry. The main entrance, there's 2 sets of signage flanking the main entrance. This has a canopy in area on the midway of Bay Street. You have on the left side of the door similar Sable sign. reference to leasing, a little directional. On the other side of that entrance, you have hours of operation and a smaller stable sign. This is actually affixed to the doors you can see here. So this is one of the static doors on that main entrance. In total, this signage that we're requesting approval for is a total of 102 square feet. If you add up all the little different elements of the signage, there are a number of signs independently. Each word, each phrase, each QR code, when we tallied it, was about 38 different individual signs. But again, there really is just signage at the northern facade, the northwestern facade, and along the southern in those three areas. There is also an existing signage that was approved. So those are wall-mounted facade signs. Those were previously approved at 29.3 square feet. That provides some context for the board. I'm going to go into the redevelopment plan and some of the relief we need now as way of deviation.
And Charles, before
Yes.
you go in there, I mean, is it fair to say that the signage that's being proposed is kind of a little bit of a hybrid in that it's not only to identify the residential building, but the leasing office? So because the office is at grade level, correct?
Correct. Yes. So Sable and some of the phrasing is about the theme of the building, and then obviously the reference to the leasing office and wayfinding aspect of that is accurate.
Okay.
So there's definitely some wayfinding to identify the leasing office and main entrance.
Okay. Thanks. Go on.
The second sign is just a little bit more of the calculations, just to show the breakdown and area, but this is all duplicate of the prior sign. This is just showing the total 102 square feet. From a zoning standpoint, the redevelopment plan, the Exchange Place North redevelopment plan, regulates signage with one statement. There's two components. One sign may be allowed not to exceed 50 square feet. So we have a count requirement and a square footage maximum requirement. We're requesting relief for both. With respect to the count, as I mentioned before, when we went through and calculated the signage, we did itemize each area. So we have leasing office, all of these different components, when counted individually, total 38. But aesthetically, it's one signage plan that's consistent around multiple facades that provide a little bit of the theme, the naming, and some directional wayfinding. So that's kind of the intent of all the number of signs. This is a consistent type of signage in the downtown area. Diagonally from this site, one of the retail spaces at CVS has similar signage that was approved recently. Again, it's just decals in areas that are kind of dormant or just visible from the outside, but there's no real activity or storefront on the inside. So they're trying to use that ground floor facade, the glass facade, for some activation, some additional signage for the overall building. When you break down the square footage, there's 18 square feet of signage proposed along the northern facade. That's visible from the Hudson Bergen light rail. There's 24 square feet on the western facade in both the north and south corners combined. And then on the southern facade, there's a total of 49 square feet in both locations. The other component of the requirement is a measurement of not to exceed 50 square feet. We do have an existing square footage on the sign. What we're proposing today is in addition to that, it's 102 square feet. This is clearly not one sign is greater than 50 square feet. The largest sign, I believe, is at this main entrance. And
Charles, I have a question. How does this relate to the overall scale of the building, these signs?
This building is a substantial tower, and it's not only is it a tower, it's also a base. So very much in scale. along the ground floor. It's a consistent theme. That's a good question, and that would be my response. It's very within reason. It's 102 square feet. I don't have the facade square footage calculated, but again, this is
The building is either 66 stories or 69. I think it's 69 stories. I can actually turn my camera and you can see it out my window if you want.
We're looking
the
at it.
largest sign is 15 square feet. Yeah, the
Madam
largest
Chair, I
sign
don't
is
know if the board needs anything further on this. I mean, we don't need to beat a dead horse.
okay.
Not really.
So
We like it.
that's the request. In my opinion, there's no negative impact. There's no flashing, no distraction to motorists. It's really for a little bit of wayfinding and theme for the design. And I don't believe there's any substantial impairment to the redevelopment plan. It's part of a rebranding of a building. It actually will help further the occupancy and tenancy of the building. So I think that goes along with the intent of the redevelopment plan to create some stability for this building. So that's my direct testimony.
Thank you, Charles. Any questions from the board?
I don't.
No.
And I have nothing further.
Is
Okay.
I guess just one question, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Is the intent for this to be permanent as a leasing office and signed as such, or is this just kind of a condition for a period of time?
It's requested to be permanent
Okay.
because
Thank
the
you.
leasing offices, will stay there.
Great.
At this time, I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second it.
Second it.
Public is closed. Our planner, Cam?
Madam
Actually,
Chair, someone did raise their hand.
yes.
Sorry. Thanks, Cam.
Promoting iPad 11th gen.
Do we need a motion to reopen public, or are we good to just hear them?
We can entertain a motion to reopen.
I'd move to
Second.
reopen public.
Second, all in favor?
Second.
Okay. I don't see the member.
They have to accept.
Going once, twice. Cam?
They still haven't accepted the promotion to panelist. Maybe it was
might have been inadvertent.
Yeah.
Okay,
mistake.
Madam Chair, entertain a motion to close public, please.
Motion to close public comment.
I'd like to make a motion to reclose public portion.
Second.
Public is closed. I would like to ask Cam to wrap this application up.
Planning staff would ask that the applicant's attorney agree to the staff memo dated June, I believe it was June 3rd. Yes, June 3rd of this year. Mr. Harrington, are those conditions acceptable?
Yes.
And the city planning staff agree with the professional planning testimony provided by Mr. Height in regards to the variances here. We believe they can be granted under the C2 criteria for the variances, and they have no detriment, as far as we can see, to the public's general health, welfare, well-being, nor to the zone plan or master plan. And with that, planning staff would recommend approval with conditions.
Just real quick,
Thank you, Cam.
Cameron, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your condition number 1 has a reference to the building and a CO. I don't think that's applicable. I think that's just a standard condition that was thrown in here.
Okay. You're right. Obviously, this building is up and running, and you guys definitely don't need a certificate of occupancy. We'll fix that for the resolution.
Okay.
Okay,
cool.
thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2026-0018 as presented to the board with all staff recommendations and conditions.
Second it.
All right, Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Conway.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gungadin.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Thank you. I'd like to call case B 2026-0013. It's a minor subdivision. The address is 627 Palisade Avenue. Tom Lean, the attorney.
Tom Lean is joining us.
Good evening, commissioners. For the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. This is a minor subdivision application. Notice is required. We originally noticed for the June 30th meeting, which was carried to today. I would ask council to confirm they are in receipt of my affidavit of notice, which was posted to the portal.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. I am in receipt of your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 627 Palisade Avenue here in the city. It appears to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1. Mr. Lean, as I understand it, is a subdivision 50 by 100 into two conforming 25 by 100 lots. You've done probably 30 of these in the past calendar year. Street trees, curb cuts, shared driveway.
Yeah, just to very quickly go through it. I do not have any expert testimony. I believe the plat speaks for itself. It was prepared and signed by a licensed surveyor. As mentioned, 50 by 100 lot. There is one curb cut and there is an existing one-family home. We've received approvals to demolish that building. So we are creating two conforming 25 by 100 lots. No variance relief is requested. We have worked with city planning to address all of their comments as it relates to street trees. I am in receipt of staff's memo with their standard conditions for a site plan. For a subdivision. The only comment I would make is there is a note in the conditions that there will be no additional curb cuts approved for this site. We acknowledge that. However, for the record, I would point out that my client will be maintaining the one existing curve cut to either serve one of the properties or pursuant to the ordinance, it will be a shared driveway to serve both of them. Other than that, conforming subdivision, and we would ask for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Is there any more comments?
Just one question, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I don't know, Counselor, if you could put the plot on your screen, but I'm not an expert in this, but it does look like, is there a neighboring building located on your property? And if so, does that impact the subdivision application?
When you say neighboring, do you mean that it's a lot line building?
Are you able to share the plot and then I could just have the correct clarity?
Yes.
That may be the case.
Just give me 1 second because I'm
Thank you,
usually
Counselor.
not the one doing this, so I'm
We'll
not
test your Zoom
expert
skills.
in it. Let's see here. I'm going to pull up the subdivision plat. Okay.
Impressive.
Yes, thank you,
All right.
Council. Okay,
Can you zoom in
so
on it?
yes. I'm assuming you're referring to the existing conditions plan here.
Correct. And the building on the left, that's
Yes, there is a
designated
slight encroachment here. My client has worked with the neighbor to obtain an easement. Obviously, that will be an issue when they go in for building permits should they develop these sites. But as far as a bearing on the actual subdivision, that's a title issue between the neighbors, and it will be resolved through an agreement between the neighbors.
Gotcha. So just to Santo, just to confirm that it's no issue for us to issue a subdivision with
No, I concur with what council is stating, and I would just tell you, Commissioner Kaplan, that obviously the side setback requirement, if and when it is proposed, would have to be respected. And if there is no side yard requirement in this particular zoning, you're allowed to build to the lot line, then they'll have to obviously build to the building. If there's windows, they'll have to deal with that. And of course, they are the property that is encroached upon. So it's really the other building that's at fault.
Thank you, counselors. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there's no other questions from the board, I would like to go to public comments. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second it.
Public is closed, and our planner is Ben.
Hi, like Mr. Lee.
1 second, Mr. Lean, can you stop sharing, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. As Mr. Lean said, there are no variances with this proposal. It's creating two conforming lots. It advances the R1 goal of encouraging compatible infill. So with that, staff recommends approval based on the fact that Mr. Lean said that he agreed to the conditions in the staff memo dated May 27th, 2026.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2026-0013 as presented to the board tonight with all staff conditions.
Second it.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, you need a break at this time?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be back at 7:20.
Thanks all.
Meeting back to order. I'd like to call case B 2025-0257. It's a site plan amendment. The address is 147 Academy Street. The attorney is Charles Harrington. Mr. Harrington.
Yes, so before I start, if I could ask that Jack Raker and Mark Chisvet be promoted.
They're both promoted.
Okay, so I'll start. So for the record, Charles Harrington of Kyle Foley on behalf of the applicant. As the chairwoman just mentioned, this is for a site plan amendment for a project that was previously approved in 2024. It is in Zone 4 of the Journal Square redevelopment plan and located at the corner of Academy Street and Gray Street. It's an 8-story building with 69 residential units, 35 bicycle spaces. I point that out only because none of that is changing. The amendment before you tonight involves some utility changes that have been worked through in discussions with the JCMUA, some interior changes, and the biggest issue I think that brought us to the board is a reduction in the building height. And that's a result of a change of the type of construction. So it's going to reduce the overall height of the building by approximately 9 feet. So because of the building height change, we're here before the board to present that. So I am going to ask that Mark Chisvet speak to the utility changes briefly, and then Jack Raker will take you through the architectural changes. Oh, and I'm sorry, before I start that, it was a notice case. I asked that they be reviewed and marked into the record.
Thank you, counsel. I am going to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 147 Academy Street here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you, Santo.
I'll swear in, Mark. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Mark, M-A-R-K, Chisvet, C-H-I-S-V-E-T-T-E, and my license is still active and in good standing.
Thank you, Mark. You may proceed.
Thank you. I'll keep this kind of brief. I'd like to share my screen for a moment. You should see my site plan now. This is a side-by-side view of the site plan. On the left side is the proposed. On the right side is the existing. There's very, very subtle change here. The only change that's made to the site plan is that one of the trees that was on Academy Street's been shifted a little bit further to the north. And that's just because some of the utilities that are going to enter the building will pass through the area where the tree was originally located. So just to provide the clearances to those utilities as required, we're just moving that tree over a little bit. We are still proposing 4 street trees as before, as was previously approved, and there will be one donation of 1 tree as originally approved, and that's to comply with the required street tree ordinance. I'll move to the next plan, which is the grading in the utility plan. Again, the proposed is on the left and the existing is on the right. There's basically three changes that were made to this. One of them is that because there's some changes in the ground floor, which the architect will go through, but one of them had to do with the placement of the water meter. And that was part of that was code required. There's a certain distance that the meter can be from originally the meter room was well into the floor, and we've moved it closer to the outer wall of the building for code reasons. There's a certain minimum maximum distance between the outside wall and the meter. And so the meter room has been moved to this there's frontage near the corner of the building. So the water service that was originally off of Gray Street is now coming off the main on Academy Street. Also, the gas service was shifted because the meter for the gas is a requirement by PSE&G needs to be on the front wall, and that's been shifted over generally the same location as where the water is, a few feet apart. And then in response to a comment that we had gotten from the MUA, we've moved the sewer storm connection, which originally was directly tied into the pipe, but there was concerns about the pipe being cut. So they preferred that we tie directly into the manhole. So that's shifted a little bit. It's the same size pipe. It's just going into an existing manhole that's at this location that I'm pointing to now. And that's really the only.
Make it a little larger, please, your plan.
Sure. I'll zoom in on the proposed a little bit.
Good.
And you can see. So water was originally over here on Gray Street. Water is here now. Gas is here. It was originally a little bit further over on this side. And the sanitary that was over here has just shifted about 15 or 20 feet or so to the north so that it goes into an existing manhole.
All right.
And here you can see the water meter room and the gas meter is also over there at location.
Mark, do we need to mark these as an exhibit?
Well, these plans have been submitted just a couple of months ago, in fact.
Okay.
And we've been carried a few times, so they've been in the system for a while.
Okay, thank you.
And that's really it. The change, like I said, the changes are very subtle, and that's it.
Thank you,
as
Mark.
far as civil.
Okay.
Any board comments? Okay.
No.
Can we move on to your next witness?
Yeah, we'll move on to Mr. Raker.
Hey, Jack, I'll swear you in. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
It's Jack Raker, Raker.
Thank you.
Jack, is your license current and in good standing?
It is current and in good standing, and I've testified before this board before.
Yes, you do. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen.
Sure.
Just let me know when it pops up.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, so the opposite of what the civil engineer was shown before, our previously approved plan is on the left and our current plan is on the right. There was some shifting around that we had to do as we engineered the building. the stair core and the elevator core had to be moved, and that was for structural stability. It was better located more central in the building. So when we did that, that forced us to make some changes at the lower level. We had to move the bike room, which is located here, still have the same number of bikes. Again, that was, as was stated earlier, we're looking at a building that has the same number of dwelling units, the same deviations that it had previously, and one was for the ground floor level being slightly lower than it was 10 feet where 15 feet was required. We have the same number of signs, same number of dwelling units, same mix. But I'm just going to go through some of the ground floor changes and then what moving that elevator core did to the rest of the building.
Can you make that a little larger, Jack?
Sure.
Larger. Thank you.
So is that large? Can you see both plans now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So we essentially have the same transformer vault location. We did move that water room as the engineer discussed. We flipped the elevator core more internal to the building and the stairwell as well. So that forced us to move a couple of other items. We moved the bike room and we added put the laundry down in this corner. We have a larger fire sprinkler room. This was required after the mechanical engineer came on and engineered that room. We needed that size. We still have the same trash room. Trash is managed the same way as was testified the first time, in a chute, compacted, and brought out on trash day. Mail room, same. It's in the corner. We have the same lobby and vestibule locations, entry locations, as in the initial plan.
All right.
As we go up through the building, there was some shifting around because the elevator core and stair moved. That unit had to move to the outside corner while the elevator and stairs remain in the same. Still have the same number of dwelling units. A majority of them have stayed in the same location as before. As we go up the building, again, same number of dwelling units, and just that stair core shifted so that we had to move some of those units around. At the roof level, just developed a little further. We eliminated some of the larger amenity spaces that were up there previously. We just now have an elevator vestibule and some green roof areas and some lounge areas on the roof. The same as we showed before, we just eliminated the larger indoor amenity at the rooftop. Keep going down. The biggest change that happened, and you're going to notice it significantly on the next slide, is that we went to a different structural system, a concrete system. So our floor construction is a lot thinner. It jumps down by almost a foot. So we get almost a foot in every floor. And you'll see that the two buildings, the two different schemes, one is significantly lower. Previously, we had a height deviation of 90 feet, 90.6 feet, where 85 feet was allowed. Our current height is now below the 85 feet allowed at 81 feet, 10 inches. So we lost a significant amount of height because we went to that different structural system. But we've kept the overall design scheme the same coloration, the same materials. And just the only thing that might have shifted around a little bit, you'll notice, because we shifted that one unit off that corner, we get a little bit more glass in that corner where the stairwell was previously. So some of the fenestration did shift around a little bit on the upper levels, but consistently we've kept the same materials in the same scheme. The massing just got a little bit lower. And that is the bulk of the changes, unless there's any questions that anybody has for me.
Thank you, Jack. Any board questions?
Madam Chair, just one
Sure.
question. I know you say the floor height has changed. Can you clarify what has the kind of the floor to ceiling height that someone would experience the floor, what that height is, and if that?
So the floor to ceiling height is unchanged. So the floor to ceiling height, we always try to keep that right around 9 feet. That's what's common in a luxury apartment. And we've kept the same floor to ceiling height here, 9 feet. That's actually 9 foot 1.5. The difference is the thickness of that structural system. Since this is concrete, it can get a lot thinner. Previously, we assumed we were going to be in a steel, a light gauge steel. system, and that tends to be around 18 inches thick because the light gauge steel truss is a lot larger than the concrete slab. When we went to the concrete slab, that's what where all the height came out of. It was simply in the structure and not in the height of the units. It's floor to ceiling of the units.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other board comments? If there is no other comments, Mr. Harrington, that wraps up your presentation.
It does.
Sir, you can stop sharing. Thank you.
Matt, this is yours.
Public, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
Public.
At this time, I would like to open for public comments. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Spencer. Matt, do you want to wrap this up?
Certainly, Madam Chair. There's really not much to add here. They're actually removing the most significant previous variance, the height variance. These amendments are all very straightforward. The fundamental character of the building and the development remains the same. Staff just asked that all previous conditions from previous approvals related to this application continue to apply here.
And that would be acceptable.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0257 as presented to the board tonight with all previous conditions from the staff.
Second it.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As previously announced, case P 23-073 has been carried to August 25th. The address is 530-548 Tonelli Avenue. So if there's anyone from the public here, that matter will be called on August 25th. Likewise, case P 2025-0255, address is 26 Bright Street, has been adjourned. The new date would be September 8th, if there is anyone from the public.
And Madam Chair, they will notice for that meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to call on case P 2025-0125. It's a review and discussion of amendments to the Powerhouse Art District redevelopment plan regarding block 13002 transition bonus study authorized by Council Resolution 25-545. Formal action may be taken. Petitioners Exchange Towers LLC. Matt, is this you?
Yeah, this one's me, Madam Chair. And I was going to invite up Chuck Harrington as counsel for the petitioner, Exchange Towers LLC. And I will be providing testimony thereafter.
Okay, so
I'd like to invite Chuck.
So, Madam Chair, I just want to remind the public and the board, this is a review and discussion of amendments to a redevelopment plan. So first and foremost, this is not to approve a project. This is a statutory proceeding where the board is going to determine in an advisory capacity to then refer or make recommendations to the governing body, the mayor and council, whether or not what is being proposed is consistent with the master plan. It's the only thing this board is going to do this evening. We're going to hear what the proposed changes to the redevelopment plan are and whether or not they somehow are consistent with the master plan or are not consistent with the master plan. The board will then make that recommendation to the governing body, and the governing body will decide what they want to do in terms of amending the redevelopment plan. So those members in the public that think that this is an application, there's a redevelopment plan that exists. There are going to be proposed changes presented, and the board will determine whether or not those changes are consistent with the master plan. That's the only charge before the board this evening. So, Mr. Harrington, I'm going to ask and warn you on behalf of any client that you're representing. I don't want to hear a site plan application. I don't want to see renderings. I don't want to see drawings. I don't want there to be any confusion. I want to stick to, here's what the redevelopment plan says currently. Here's what's being proposed and why it does or does not, is or is not consistent with the master plan. And presumably that's what Mr. Height as well as Mr. Ward are going to discuss. So with that, Madam Chair, the floor is to Mr. Harrington.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Harrington, be so guided.
Yep, I hear you. So, for the record, yeah, Charles Harrington of Foley on behalf of the applicant petitioner for these amendments. So, my client has been working for probably over a year on these proposed amendments. We have had a number of community meetings. We have met with Councilwoman Little. We met previously with Councilman Solomon before he became mayor. And what is before you tonight is kind of a result of all those meetings and those discussions. I mean, in short, we are well. The property in question it's in a transition zone of the Powerhouse Arts District redevelopment plan. It's next to the building. If you're familiar with, it's on the corner of Warren Street and Morgan Street, next to the existing building called the Lively. Now, the Lively is a building that has the theater space within it. It was amended years ago. The zoning was amended years ago to provide for that theater space and to provide for artist-related uses on the second floor. And then I think it's about an 18-story building. So what we're trying to do or proposing here is similar to what was done at the Lively. It is proposed to be 20 stories because of the top floor amenity space would be a story, but essentially the bulk would be consistent with the Lively building next door. The important parts of these proposed amendments is now a straight residential use would be permitted, as opposed to the existing zoning requires work-live units. That was something back from when the plan was adopted about 20 years ago, when they were trying to create work-live units that you'd have at least 1,200 square feet. You'd have your slop sinks in there. You'd have all these requirements for an artist living in that space, and that never came to fruition within this district. So it kind of pivoted to, let's create art space as opposed to creating the residential space that we think that we can create to attract artists. So now this proposal would permit you to have straight residential units similar to the Lively. It would also provide for 15% affordable housing. That would be consistent with the IZO as discussed earlier tonight. So you'd have very low income, and moderate income. The existing zoning has a requirement for the work-live units, but it would only be moderate income units. So now we're creating an opportunity for different income levels to come into the space. It also, as part of the proposed amendments, would require any development to have a minimum of 4,300 square feet that would be dedicated to Jersey City-based nonprofit artist use. And that space will be rented, leased, or deeded over for a nominal consideration, $1 a year in perpetuity. So that space will never convert back. It would stay there as an art-centric use forever. The amendments also require that any development work with the Department of Infrastructure to make improvements at the corner of Warren Street and Morgan Street, because this intersection is a little offset. So it does create some traffic issues. So we have already had meetings with some of the traffic officials, probably within the last year. Some of them have since left, but they that would be part of it to continue that conversation. So those are the bullet points, if you will, of it. And I can have then Charles Height maybe just gloss over, the zoning as well, and then the consistency of the proposed plan or proposed amendments. Charles is up here, right? There he is.
And Mr. Height had been sworn in earlier, and he remains under oath. And Mr. Height, your license is still current to the best of your knowledge?
It is. I was sworn in earlier, still current.
Thank you.
I do have the text up just to document the summary that Mr. Harrington gave. We did take time to really detail out what an appropriate, consistent with current policies at the city, including the designation aspect. Here we identified those 3 threshold components that any potential project in the transition zone would qualify for. So we're identifying the 15% affordable housing. It's a consolidation at minimum of 12,500 square feet, and incorporating the nonprofit art-centric space within the building. So those are the threshold items. We go on to further detail, as Mr. Harrington said, the requirements and consistency with the affordable housing standards in the city. We did provide some additional detail and coordination with the Powerhouse Arts District. Intent of the redevelopment plan, the required nonprofit space for art-centric uses. So we didn't want to define exactly what type of art, and we wanted to make sure that was flexible enough to meet a variety of potential future arts-related uses. That's why we came up with that phrase, and we provided that detail here. Again, we also did address some of the standards from a zoning standpoint with respect to permitted uses, incorporating the residential apartments. We did also incorporate an FAR standard that's consistent in this redevelopment plan that other sub-districts utilize. So we're at a 15-to-1 FAR, which again is consistent with some of the other surrounding developments in the transition zone, namely the Lively, which would be adjacent to this, one of the subject properties that could qualify for this. There are height requirements, floor to ceiling requirements, step back requirements. We were sensitive in terms of what the current zoning standards have and potential impacts. So we wanted to regulate some of the coverages based on the number of floors. So as you see here, you kind of create a little bit of a tapering at the taller floors where there's a reduced footprint as you go up in the building. This actually does help create for added light and air to be introduced to the overall block. And we also are in coordination with the Division of Transportation Planning. We did incorporate a component of a loading area. And there will be future coordination with any on-street improvements, sidewalk locations, things like that might come up at a later phase for site plans. So that's a run through all the zoning and bulk requirements. I think we're hitting a lot of the due diligence on this amendment with respect to affordable housing, arts within the Powerhouse Arts District, and the coordination with the Jersey City Planning and Transportation Planning offices. Redevelopment plans, this one exists. The Powerhouse Art District has been amended over time. When you do amend a redevelopment plan, you have to go through what's called a consistency review. We were able to walk through that. We had a lot of extensive meetings with Jersey City planning staff. I know Mr. Ward will be speaking later. When we reviewed what's being proposed as it relates to the master plan and the redevelopment plan. I think there's a few that I'll just again address for the benefit of the board. Decreasing automobile dependency. This is a more residential oriented, less vehicular oriented type of project. Currently, one of the properties that would qualify is surface parking lots. You see that as a common theme in a lot of the redevelopment that's occurring in downtown, transitioning underutilized spaces to more efficient, more intense, more density oriented developments. Promote the development of a diversified economy. Obviously, adding the residential component here adds to the downtown overall population and will only further support the arts and all the activities that are being introduced along with the required arts space in this building, but also in the whole Powerhouse Arts neighborhood as a whole. And lastly, to accommodate population growth and changing needs, the downtown has a benefit of a lot of transit-oriented, high-density waterfront development. This block is in the Powerhouse Arts District, which is a few blocks off of the waterfront, but within close walking distance to Exchange Place, Grove Street, Path stations, and other mass transit areas. Specifically with the redevelopment plan, we did go into a thorough detail. There's upwards of 6 redevelopment goals and objectives that this proposed amendment would further. To just name a few, to create a plan that establishes a positive image and sense of place, a place people will come to live, visit, work, shop, and enjoy, returning again and again. That's a very lively goal as a statement, but I think this obviously is intended to activate underutilized spaces with a minimum square footage and allow for a more dense development. We also are looking to coordinate the improvements of the street right of way. So here we have developed streets, sidewalks, public places that are safe, comfortable, interesting to pedestrian, and reflect the industrial past of the district. We do have sidewalk safety standards that are being required in the redevelopment plan, and we have coordinated with the Transportation Planning Office to make sure that that's an objective of the proposed amendments. And lastly, to provide for encourage a mix of land uses that will generate a community that is active 24/7 and populated by residents, business workers, and support personnel. So again, the added density, the appropriate increase in FAR, allowing for residential uses that are obviously more common and accessible for a wider range of the population as opposed to just live work, will allow for that increase in population within this transition zone of the subdistrict. So based on that review of the consistency, I do believe we meet the local redevelopment and housing law standards for amending a redevelopment plan. I do find that the proposed amendments are still consistent with the redevelopment plan and also consistent and further the purposes of the local master plan. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the proposed zoning parameters in the text or the consistency review. And if Mr. Ward or anyone on the board has general questions, happy to provide some more detail.
Any questions from the board?
No, Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, just a quick question from
Sure.
my part. Under the proposed changes, item E, I believe you call out the Jersey City Traffic and Engineering Department. I just think for the record, I believe you're referring to the Department of Infrastructure. Wait.
You're right. I mean, I don't know if that's a textual change that I would defer to Matt as to whether that's something that could be tweaked. But you're right. It is all under Department of Infrastructure now.
Or you could say the divisions of transportation planning and engineering would also work. I don't think that's material, but I would just flag
We can
that.
clarify that, Commissioner. We can confirm that.
Yeah, I think we can make that as a floor amendment in the version that is considered by the commissioners here tonight. a clarification to read Jersey City Department of Infrastructure and Division of City Planning. It's a double typo, Division of City Planning and Department of Infrastructure. Thank you for that, Commissioner.
No, thanks, Matt.
Any other board comments? Okay, Charles, that concludes your presentation.
That
does.
Matt?
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
I would like to do a couple words, maybe before opening it to public. So I just wanted to emphasize a couple items that that are in the language as well. So the art-centric space is to go to a 501c3. The owner of the property is to publicly advertise its search for a 501c3 corporation. They must be a incorporated in Jersey City, and serve Jersey City. As well as there's some other items that they are to do. So one of the items that came out of a public meeting this summer was to provide a room within the art-centric space for free public use for a minimum of 5 hours a week. And I just want to add that this is subject to an agreement with the city. So I think that there was a 501c3 that raised then comments to us about how that could complicate insurance and other things. But if it's done within the programming of the 501c3, then it might be easier to accomplish providing that service for free to the public. But if it's just general use, almost more like a free sublet, that could cause some confusion. So I would just say that I think the intent is to find where the programming is to avail the public of some use, whether it be programmed use or not. And that should be figured out down the road. But I think the language in the proposed amendment is flexible enough to work that out once a 501c is selected by the developer and agreed upon by Jersey City. We are correcting that text change brought up by Commissioner Kaplan. And one of the other outcomes was that they're removing balconies facing one of the neighboring properties as well. So that's been stricken from the language that's before the commissioners. That wasn't brought up by Mr. Height, but I would just like to put that out there for anyone that might be listening and has been following this through the public outreach. So if anyone has any questions for me, commissioners, I'm happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, I'll let you move forward.
Thank you, Matt. I like the removal of the balconies very much so. Any other board comments before I go into public? Hearing none. I would like to open for the public. Anyone from the public that would like to comment on case P2025-0125, which is the review and discussion of amendments to the Powerhouse District redevelopment plan.
We have 5 hands raised. I'm promoting Libby Vino. We now have 7 hands raised now. Libby Vino has been promoted.
Libby, you can unmute and turn your camera on.
Unmute. Getting the camera there, almost.
All right, great. I see you and I hear you. I just need to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. My legal is Elizabeth Vino, V like Victor, I-N-O. My home address is 7004 Kennedy Boulevard East in Guttenberg.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to speak on behalf of the Nimbus Arts Center, which is located nearby, and interested in this development as well. And I'm a Nimbus parent as well as a middle and upper school math teacher who's worked in Hudson County for the last 25 years. As an educator, I know firsthand the vital that how vital movement, creativity, and artistic expression are to healthy childhood and academic development. But as a Nimbus parent or a parent of a Nimbus dancer, I'm continually impressed by this organization's vision and grateful that my family belongs to such a supportive arts community. Over the years, many of my own students have danced with Nimbus, and when they talk about their experiences, I hear the same themes from them as I do from my own child: a deep sense of belonging and accountability for their choices, both inside and outside the studio. I think this is reflective of the kind of community Nimbus has intentionally created. As a mother, I could not be happier that Nimbus is the place that my child wants to spend 20 hours of this week outside of school and on weekends. I could talk about the extraordinary technique development, professional training, and performance opportunities she receives at Nimbus. And for sure, this is significant. But for me, it is more about the kind of people and community my child is surrounded with day in and day out that mean the most to me. I want to share about 3 specific areas beyond dance that make Nimbus such an extraordinary community. 1, Nimbus emphasizes personal responsibility and healthy choices for our children, teaching dancers how to treat themselves and each other with kindness, and even assigning weekly studio chores to the ensemble members to build pride and accountability. 2, at Nimbus, inclusion is not just a talking point, but it is built into their daily actions and initiatives, whether ensuring financial and physical accessibility for all dancers to honoring the dignity of all people. Nimbus shows our children every day that dance and community are for everyone. And 3, Nimbus helps children develop real-world adult skills. Through opportunities to assist in younger classes and work at summer camps, they give our teens hand-on experience and confidence that go beyond the dance floor or stage. The impact of Nimbus is not just limited to children, but as an adult who has taken tap class there, I can tell you they offer a home for every stage of life, creating a comfortable and safe place for me at 50 years old to try something brand new. Nimbus offers a whole menu of adult classes, welcoming people with no dance experience to professionals looking for maintenance and upkeep for their craft. Other events at the Nimbus Arts Center that my family enjoys include monthly art exhibitions, an additional stage for some of the Jersey City Jazz Fest performances, community and cultural celebrations, and the annual winter tradition of the Jersey Nutcracker that pairs professional dancers with children and community members of all ages. I am deeply grateful for the home Nimbus has created for my family, and we hope that supporting this proposal means ensuring that more children, adults, and neighbors get to experience the incredible arts community that Nimbus helps to build every day. If there's any time left, my 17-year-old daughter would also like to speak. If that's okay, does she need to be sworn in?
Your
She
time
will
is
need
up.
to be.
I didn't hear, sorry.
Elizabeth, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, I believe that the daughter would also be eligible for 3 minutes if sworn in.
Yes.
Correct.
Hers
Her
is
time.
shorter than mine. It's much shorter than mine.
Hello, I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
My name is Beatrix Vino, Beatrix. Vino spelled the same as my mom. And my address?
That's fine. I assume you live with your mom.
Oh.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I go by Beta Vino. I'm a 17-year-old senior at Franklin School in Jersey City, and I've been an ensemble member since I was 10 years old and at Nimbus. And I spend about 15 to 20 hours a week in their studios working on my technique and growing a lot as a person and a dancer. And I've also performed in the Jersey Nutcracker for the past 7 years and worked the last few years as a leader in training at the Jersey City Summer Arts offered in Nimbus. As a student, I'm incredibly fortunate to train alongside professionals and perform in New Jersey, but their impact goes way beyond technique. Nimbus gives back to Jersey City every single day with community events, public school workshops and performances, and scholarship funds. Inside the studio, they also help us develop as the person who we are as a whole. They teach us healthy habits for both our minds and our bodies, offering real support whenever we struggle with injuries, modifications, or mental health. They genuinely celebrate every culture, dance style, body type, and background. It's woven in directly into our choreography, our classes, and our community. And they respect the deep cultural roots of the neighborhood, working to preserve the space and the arts for culture to thrive in the neighborhood. The more young people who get to experience this kind of connection, confidence, and self-understanding that Nimbus shares with us, the stronger our entire city becomes. Nimbus really means a lot to me, and I'm really excited to watch them grow in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to say something if I can, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Well, Libby, you and your daughter, your testimony tonight was very uplifting to this person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, promoted Hannah Weeks from the public speaking next.
Hello. Hi, I will swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. My name is Hannah Weeks, HANNAHWEEKS, home address 75 Fairview Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Hannah, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said, my name is Hannah Weeks. I'm an 8-year Jersey City resident and the managing director of the Nimbus Arts Center. I speak today on why I believe the added density of the amendment is worthwhile for the community give back of added nonprofit art space, extra affordable housing, and traffic improvements, because of the economic and general impact that nonprofit or arts organizations like Nimbus have on their surrounding communities. Through our position at the Nimbus Arts Center, we impact over 20,000 people annually, both through our own programming and by creating space for other local arts groups to facilitate their programming. Nimbus serves over 5,000 youth from every ward in Jersey City with high quality arts education performances every year, and provided $45,000 in financial aid to students during the 2025-2026 school year. Nimbus is a job creator employing 90 individuals annually. Nimbus serves as a cultural hub and destination that drives further economic activity in the neighborhood and generates vitality in Jersey City. Providing art-centric nonprofit spaces like what is being proposed is a true and deep benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Promoted Catherine Moore.
Hello.
Good
Hey,
evening,
this is
Catherine.
Catherine Moore.
Hello, I will swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course, yes.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Catherine Moore, Kathryn Moore. I live at 140 Bay Street.
Thank you.
Catherine, you have 3 minutes.
See if I can do it. So I'm a 20-year resident of the Powerhouse Arts District. And I'm part of the neighborhood association, and our goal with the neighborhood association is to basically make sure that we're improving the quality of life of everybody that's living within the neighborhood. I, for one, know the redevelopment plan quite well, and I just want to kind of repeat a couple things real quick and then go into some other stuff about side yards. All structures within the redevelopment area shall be situated with proper consideration of the relationship to other nearby buildings, including those that are existing or approved and inside or outside the redevelopment area in terms of light, air, usable open space, access to public, private right-of-ways, and off-street parking. Bulk and height limitations for new construction may be necessary depending upon the site's impact on proximate historic resources. Morgan Loss next door was built in 1910 and was rehabilitated in the 1980s, and it should be respected. Having a 20-story, 210-foot building 25 feet away from it is basically encroaching on the light and air of that building. There's also buildings on the Steuben Street side, also outside the redevelopment area, which is R2. The Morgan Lofts is R3, and they should be considered as important as any of the high rises that are across the street and down the road. One of the things when the Southern Edge transition zone was created next door with the Lively, they had very specific rules about side yards and rear yards and protecting the privacies of existing residential buildings because of potential R2 and R3 construction that could happen in the future. And, you know, nothing that should have more than 30 feet of blank wall, but there's blank walls, and that incorporates privacy. This plan, according to its side yards, could be 0 feet to 25 feet from any lot line. I know we're not supposed to talk about the site plan, but when you look at the thing that's been shoved down our, if you look at the things that were that we've been shown, there's a 5-foot well in between the Lively and the other. It is not a 0 side yard, and they're not. They're actually having apartments on those window sides. I know we got rid of the balconies, but we didn't get rid of the windows that are along the side yard. So I'm just a little concerned about the untraditionalness of those side yards and the privacy that the Morgan Lofts will no longer have, especially because they now will have to share the backyard potentially with 240 units and their friends. And they have windows on that entire side on the ground floor and balconies. So the privacy there will be completely lost.
Ms. Moore, your time is up.
God damn. There's so much to be talked about.
Thank you.
Promoted Alfonso. Alfonso Rivera, you can unmute.
Hi, Alfonso, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yeah. Alfonso Rivera, ALFONSO, RIVERA, 10 Provost Street, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Alfonso, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I wanted to thank Councilwoman Little. I know she's not here, but she helped organize a lot of the community meetings. I live directly across the street from where this amendment is, so you can imagine why I'm interested in it. I also like to thank Matt and a lot of the planning staff that have been in contact with the community to make sure that this is properly done. I think that from my experience, when I've joined some of these community meetings, the biggest thing that I would say that I've heard is that there isn't sufficient relief for the community based on the variances or the amendments that we're making on the redevelopment plan. I think that at least sitting in these community meetings, there's been like this dichotomy of like Nimbus versus like the community or the residents that live in the area. And I think that's wrong. I like the fact that at the beginning of this call, we stated that, hey, it hasn't been awarded to anybody. But as you saw, there's some parents that are speaking on behalf of Nimbus, and I'm confused as to why that's the case when, again, we haven't gone through an RFP or anything like that. I think, Matt, you stated that the developer needs to publicly advertise this to a 501(c). I would like to understand like the process around that and where that is going to be advertised and what other means we can make sure that other 501(c)(3)s are, considered. I think I'm running out of time, so I also like to talk a little bit about street safety. I constantly see cars both traveling northbound and southbound below the stop signs. And as a new parent, I am afraid of crossing the street here, if I'm being honest. I like the board to recommend a raised intersection in this corner, or what colloquially I've seen people call a stop pump. Again, I do think this surface level street parking lot should be redeveloped. It shouldn't be a parking lot forever. But at least again, sitting in these meetings, what I've seen is it seems like we're just kind of like go, and not considering some of the community inputs. I don't know how much the commissioners here had purview, but as a community member, I haven't felt like my opinions 100% been heard, and it's been a bit of having to constantly fight to have our voice heard. But with that, I yield the rest of my time, and I'd like to say thank you for considering reviews.
Thank you.
Promoted Rachel Patak.
Hello.
Hi, Rachel, I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure, it's Rachel Patak, Rachel. Patak, P as in Paul, T as in Tom, AK. And I live at 401 Washington Boulevard in Jersey City.
Thank you.
Rachel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and board members. My name is Rachel Patak, as I stated. And I live 4 blocks from the Lively building, where Nimbus Art Center is based. And I'm a Nimbus board member as well. I chose Jersey City because it's an arts community, because the arts community is vibrant, and New York City is just right at my doorstep. My connection to Nimbus, though, started simply. I'm a regular audience member at their performances and an active participant in their adult dance classes. Because I experienced firsthand how deeply rooted Nimbus is in our neighborhood, I evolved from a local participant to a financial supporter, and I'm honored to serve on their board of directors. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply committed to the long-term health and success of this organization. Including art space in this development and the possible expansion for Nimbus is a critical step in making the organization sustainable and vital for years to come. Bringing more dance programming to our neighborhood will profoundly enrich the lives of our local children. Dance promotes physical well-being, builds confidence, and offers a powerful tool for self-expression. Nimbus is already a premier dance organization in our state and in our country, serving as a true cultural differentiator for Jersey City. This expansion is an excellent choice for our community. Thank you for your time, your service to Jersey City, and your consideration of this expansion. That is all I have for you.
Thank you.
I am going to echo. This needs to be publicly advertised for any Jersey City 501c3. I know I see other people that I already know are affiliated with Nimbus that have their hand raised. Please keep your comments to the amendment and its consistency or your opinion otherwise with the master plan. Thank you.
Promoted
Thanks,
Shelley.
Matt.
Hi.
Hi, Shelley. I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state your name and give us your home address, please?
Shelley Priest Williams, 51 Summit Avenue, and the spelling is SHELLYCREESE-Williams, WILLIAMS.
Thank you.
Shelley, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. To Madam Chair, all the commissioners. I'm currently sitting inside Nimbus right now, and I am here to, say something in propose for the expansion of Nimbus. As a parent, and not only as a parent, as a single mom whose daughter has been dancing with Nimbus since 2018. She started when she was 4 years old. Nimbus to me, it's family. It's when I'm working, my daughter can actually get on the bus, come down to Nimbus, and I know that she's taken care of because they're not only a dance company that is situated here in Jersey City, but I see Nimbus and the staff as a whole, they are family. They are family. They're part of my family. They cultivate an attitude of discipline, technique, teamwork, because the kids have to know how to work together in order to put on shows like the Jersey City Nutcracker. And I understand that there might be residents who might be opposed to the idea, but as your family grow and you need spaces, you also need that building, that space where kids can come and know that they're well taken care of. There are other artists that comes here who shows us different expression, like Shanaz and other artists that is here. There's a gallery. It's nice to look at when you come into a space where you can see all these beautiful arts on the walls that artists has provided, and a showcase here, not only the artists themselves, but also the public schools, the kids that are drawing and doing their various arts, they're also here promoting their stuff here at Nimbus. So I think it would be a good idea, and it would also be an extension of the neighborhood to have Nimbus expand into the area, because they not only take care of their students here, but they take care of the community as a whole. And I think it is something that will be well worth it in the long term. So I thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Shelley.
Chair, I'm just going to reiterate what Mr.
Yeah, I
Ward
was
just
just
said.
gonna say the same too, but go ahead, Santo.
And Mr. Harrington, I don't know if you have any insight into this or not, but this is not a application for the expansion of Nimbus. That is not what this hearing is this evening. There is no guarantee that Nimbus is going to even qualify for the space, let alone expand into that space or be the winner of that award if and when that comes to fruition in the future. So I don't know why all of these individuals seem to be under the impression that this is somehow an expansion of Nimbus, but I want to dissuade anybody from believing that that is the case. That's unbeknownst to me. I'm glad that Nimbus is interested, but the cart's getting put before the horse, and I don't know why the community, the Nimbus community, has been promoting it in that manner that we're hearing the comments that we're hearing. They're not really relevant to what we're talking about, with the exception of community space operated by a 5013C being a benefit to the community and therefore consistent with the goals and objectives of the master plan, as Mr. Height and Mr. Ward provided testimony to. So let's refrain from getting up here and talking about how wonderful their organization is. It's just not appropriate at this junction.
Mr. Lempe, you're absolutely right. This is not an application for the expansion of the Nimbus dance, dance group. It is, they do support it, and their members. They like the idea, and this idea, came as a result of some conversations with some of those individuals. But it's not an expansion for the Nimbus. I believe they support the art-centric dedication of space regardless, because I see it as more art space in that neighborhood is better for everybody, right? So whether you have another dance studio or another arts use, that's to be done in the future in the event this gets passed. But it's gonna be advertised, and there's gonna be proposals to be reviewed and considered at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Matt?
I think it's worthwhile to also just spend maybe one moment to address Mr. Rivera's question before we start hearing the rest of the comments, and then try to wrap up the rest of the questions at the end. He had one question about how does it work to advertise. So in the language of the plan, it just says that it's supposed to be publicly advertised. So I would assume that would be the paper, but I think that there's also an opportunity for the redeveloper to work with the Division of City Planning, or perhaps the Office of Cultural Affairs, who I do believe has a cultural assets map. I'm not sure how updated they keep that, but I presume that they might have even an email list or an email blast that they can do to potential 501c3s that would be interested. But at the very least, it will be advertised in the paper or at some time.
Promoted Maya Barrow.
Hello, everyone. Can you
Hi,
hear
Maya.
me?
I can hear you and see you. I will swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
My name is Maya Barrow, Barrow, and I live at 155 Bay Street.
Thank you.
Maya, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'm not opposed to development. I bought into this community, my hard-earned equity, because I love this neighborhood. These lots should be developed, and the existing redevelopment plan already allows for significant development. My concern is what happens when we continually increase those development rights, additional floors, additional lot coverage, ultimately substantially more square footage, one property at a time. If you look at this location within even a 1 block radius, there are multiple existing, planned, and potential development sites. That is why I think evaluating this amendment only within the boundaries of this particular lot misses the larger planning question. What is the cumulative development capacity of this 1 block area after all these amendments are taken into account? How many additional resident units and residents are we ultimately planning for? How much additional square footage has been created through amendments beyond what the original redevelopment plan contemplated? And has the city evaluated whether in the infrastructure and public realm within these few blocks can actually support that cumulative increase? We experience the combined results: density, pedestrian activity, traffic, demands on infrastructure and transportation, pressures on public spaces, and changes to the light and air and the overall streetscape. This is where I think continued approval of increased square footage becomes potentially dangerous from a planning perspective. And it doesn't become a development, but it becomes an overdevelopment of community, ultimately impacting residents like us who bought in and are in love with this neighborhood and want to see it thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Cam, is there anyone else?
Promoted Mason Bay. Sorry, I was muted. Okay, moving on to Stephanie Daniels.
Oh, Mason's here.
Oh, actually, Mason joined. Okay.
Sorry, guys. When you
no-
promoted me, I had to rejoin.
Yep, no worries. We'll swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Mason Bai, Mason, last name Bai, 10 Provost.
Thank you.
Mason, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. I've been in this neighborhood for 9 years. I've lived in several buildings in the area now, and I've seen all the changes that have happened in the neighborhood. I'm personally concerned this developer's request in requesting major increases in height and density, along with relief from the setback requirements without offering the community benefits that are proportional to what they're requesting. So their proposal has no parking. Their rental units are very small. They're building right up to neighboring properties. And those are significant asks from the community and their neighbors. I think in return, the primary benefits they're offering are affordable housing, which is already required by law, and a ground floor community space that has been offered previously in some of the conversations. So in my view, that's not adequate. Our neighborhood has been growing rapidly. We need more schools, we need parks, we need playgrounds, we need more public spaces. And we all know Jersey City itself doesn't have the land in this neighborhood or the resources financially to provide those services. So when there are redevelopment projects, these are one of the few times the community has any leverage or any ability to actually secure a meaningful public benefit. So if we don't advocate for those when the developer is asking us for something, when will we be able to do that? So the residents have been talking to this developer and prior developers over the past 3 years, and not much has changed. And to be clear, similar to some of the other people that have mentioned it, I support development in this neighborhood. This developer can build under the existing redevelopment plan as it is, actually. No one's stopping them. But if they're going to ask for substantially more than what's permitted, then I think it's reasonable for the community to ask for substantially more in return. I know a lot of Nimbus employees and members were asked to show support today, and they're here, but I note that the Nimbus space itself was gifted by this lot's neighbor, the Lively. There, Nimbus received 3 stories of art space for similarly sized buildings with actually fewer units than this developer is asking for. And I'm hoping that another community interest, in this case, gets a similarly good deal. So I'm not asking for less development. I'm just asking for a better deal for this neighborhood. And the growth in this neighborhood should work for both the developer and the people who live here. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Promoted Samuel Pott.
Hello, Samuel. I will swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yeah, my name is Samuel Pott. That's spelled Samuelpott. My home address is 481 Jersey Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Samuel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner, and the full panel. My name is Samuel Pott, as I stated. I'm the artistic director and the founder of Nimbus Dance. And you've heard many comments by members of the Nimbus community. I encourage you to just take those comments as statements of passionate support for not only what Nimbus does, but what the arts provide for Jersey City as a community, what they provide for our youth, what they provide for our neighborhoods. And I want to reiterate that this is a win-win project. This replaces a vacant lot with affordable housing, traffic improvement, and strategic investment in the arts. The project will not require a tax abatement. It will contribute to tax rolls for the city while improving the quality of life and making affordable housing available. These are key needs in our city right now. And we're talking about the Powerhouse Arts District. This is Jersey City's preeminent arts district with organizations like Nimbus, Art House, Arts 14C, Novato Gallery, and soon the New Jersey Symphony. So we have the potential to really build the state's preeminent arts district here in the Powerhouse Arts District. It's a tremendous opportunity that we really need to invest in. This is going to add economic vitality, resident retention, cultural tourism, and most important, a sense of identity and place here in Jersey City. The proposed project helps accomplish all of this with only a moderate amendment to density beyond what is currently zoned. And it doesn't rely on city funding or subsidy or tax abatements. So, I've been in the arts and I've been in Jersey City for several decades now. And strategic investment has huge benefits in our community. It's not just the economic growth and the job opportunities, but it's the educational outcomes for young people, the improved social, emotional, and public health that is proven. And this is the identity of our city. And now being in the arts field, it requires us to think not just in terms of the here and now, but in terms of long-term, 20, 30, 40, 50-year time horizons, timeframes that may outlast every one of us in this meeting, because this is planning for Jersey City's future. And this project's commitment to long-lasting generational community building is evident in the condition that's built into this amendment that the art space would remain available to local arts nonprofits at zero rent in perpetuity. This is an immense contribution. There were comments that there's not a large community give back here. This is a multi-million-dollar contribution to the arts that is in perpetuity. It's really considerable. So where there have been other recent city initiatives that have required immense expenditures of public resources.
No, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I do support this project.
Thank you.
Promoted Ms. Robinson.
Hi, I'm back.
Hello, Ms. Robinson, and I will swear you in this time. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Comora. Last name is Robinson, Robinson. And my address is 350 Warren Street.
Laura, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm directly across the street from where the new project will be. I moved to Jersey City 10 years ago before anything of this was built. I signed my lease at Madera Lofts before the building was even finished. So I've seen the Lively come up and Haas 25 come up and 10 Provost and all the buildings around me. The neighborhood is changing. And what I will say, I also work for Nimbus. I'm a parent at Nimbus, but I am also a community member. And the community looks different for someone who comes over as just like a couple without a kid to someone who has a baby, to me who have a 10-year-old now. And I just think that we need these spaces and these outlets and these art places that we can go and have culture and community. Because I don't want to, every time that I'm going out, have to run back over into New York City when we have all of these areas here who can support each other. And so I know that it hasn't been given to Nimbus, and I don't want it to seem like there's a Nimbus against the residents thing, but if it was, I think it would be a good space. There's a lot of programming from seniors to little kids, so it really fills all the gaps. There's a lot of cross promotions with different arts organizations. There's a lot of space that is given out, rented to other community arts partners. So I just think that for me, like I would support the expansion. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Stephanie Daniels will now be joining as a panelist.
Hello,
Hey.
Stephanie. I will swear you in.
Hi. Thank you. Yeah.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Stephanie Daniels, STEPHANIE, DANIELS, 143 Grand Street, Jersey City, 07302.
Thank you.
Stephanie, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. So good evening to Madam Chair and the rest of the board. I was here first of all, I want to tell you that I'm the president of the board of Nimbus, and I will not be talking about Nimbus because this is not about Nimbus. I was here in 2000, I think 2000, when the 111 First Street building was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. It was at that moment that the then Waldo neighborhood became the Powerhouse Arts District with a mandate to forge through and forward and make art and make the neighborhood for the arts. And it has just started doing that in the last 10 years or so. Because before that, nothing was happening. Before that, there was not. So when people move to a neighborhood, I understand that you don't want a building next door to you. I understand that but this is a city. And this is a city with vibrant arts. And the arts, as has been said here, contribute to the financial, the fiscal health of the city, the emotional health of the city. And for the mandate of the Powerhouse Arts District not to include a reopening of a redevelopment plan such as this is mind-boggling to me if that happens, because what this space is offering to some very lucky arts organization, which will be done by RFP, no one is guaranteed, is phenomenal. It's huge. In perpetuity. I don't know if you know what that means to an arts. I mean, you must. Nonprofits make their money by fundraising, through grants, through philanthropy. Jersey City is not huge on that. So many organizations take to doing education. Nimbus is one. There are many others that do the same. Art House does that as well. And they have to. But to have a space where you are guaranteed as an arts organization, assuming you continue to perform as you should, according to your own 501c3, is something that I don't know how anyone could turn this down. I think this is quite suitable for PADNA, for the redevelopment of this area, and I really hope that you move it forward to City Council and allow this to happen. I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
There's no more public.
No one else from the public. I'd like to close the public portion.
A hand just went up for Brian.
We didn't have a second, so that's okay.
All right, promoting Brian. If there's any more public, please raise your hand now.
And Brian, you can unmute, turn your video on.
Hear me now?
I can hear you and see you. I will swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
I am Brian Spain, Brian, and Spain like the country, Spain. I live at 10 Provost.
Thank you.
Brian, you have 3 minutes.
Great. I'll keep this short. I don't really have as big an issue with any individual project being approved or disproved. I'm not pro-Nimbus, anti-Nimbus, pro-building, not building. My thoughts more along the lines of I want us to think bigger and think not just approve a project, but we should think, as Alfonso and some others were saying, the whole neighborhood. I think the arts are very important. Like, I'm a member of SAG-AFTRA, so I'm very big on the arts and acting and things like that. But at the same time, I want to see us have a vision. And what I think happens is once we approve things for one project, it kind of keeps going without us seeing the bigger picture. So again, I'll keep it short. I just want us to not just think this one individual thing. And then I guess the last point would be, I'm glad someone spoke up and said Nimbus isn't guaranteed to get this, because it seems like for the last 6 months, no matter which meeting I go to, it's been everyone at Nimbus saying, hey, Nimbus deserves more space. They're already the #1 school. Our art thing, according to them, that's awesome. But I do think we should also consider the others. So when promoting this to other people, I think instead of just an article in the paper and ad in the paper, it should be something that the community can really get behind on Instagram and on other things, flyer the community so people knows about this opportunity, because I do think arts is important and dance is great, but also so is acting, so is singing, so is other opportunities. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, promoted Andy Zhang.
Hello, Andy. I will swear you in.
Awesome.
If you could raise your right hand. Right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yep, that's right.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
It is Andy Zhang, ANDYZHANG, 10 Provost Street, 2104.
Thank you.
Andy, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's good evening, everyone. My name's Andy. I'm a homeowner right across the street. I want to be clear, I'm not against development on the site, and I'm not against Nimbus or the arts. If the developer is building an as a right project, I would have no objection. My issue really is with the gap between what developer is asking for and what the public is getting in return, right? So the developer is asking for more height, more density than what the Powerhouse Arts District plan allows. That additional density has just more significant and permanent economic value. And the main benefit from all the testimony today is offered in exchange for more space for Nimbus dance. I do want to address something, now that we've seen these hearings more than once. Nimbus has once again, mobilized its patrons and supporters to come and speak in favor of this project. They have every right to do so. But let me just be very clear on what this testimony represents. So Nimbus will be a direct beneficiary of this deal. Its supporters, understand they want Nimbus to receive a larger facility. So when the developer and the organization receiving the benefit show up together, hearing after hearing, with supporters advocating for the transaction, that should not be presented as evidence that the surrounding community supports this project. It is instead evidence that the people benefiting from the deal support the deal. So these are they're very different things, right? So the question for council is not whether Nimbus patients would like Nimbus to have more space. Of course they would. The question is whether giving up a private developer substantial more density in exchange for that space is a fair bargain for residents like us. And there was precedence on these exact streets, right? When we signed up additional height at 107 Morgan, the benefit was an entire building, Washington's Creative Center, delivered to the city. But why should the standard here be dramatically lowered? Meanwhile, like residents around the area absorb the consequences. Morgan Street already has constant double parking and traffic problems that another of my patrons brought up, right? PS16 is overcrowded. The path is overcrowded. Thousands of additional residents are coming into this area without matching investments in schools, green space, playgrounds, or transportation, right? As one of my neighbors actually brought up, this is one of the last major, underdeveloped plots of land in the district. Once that density is granted, the city's leverage is gone. So, before you guys think about approving this, I would just ask you guys 3 questions. One, like, what is the economic value of the additional density versus the value of the Nimbus space? 2, like, what binding public access requirements come with that space?
I'm sorry, Andy, your time is up.
That's fine.
Thank you.
There's no more public.
I would like to make a motion to close the public portion.
Second it.
Public is closed.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate to everybody,
Sure.
I appreciate all of the public comments. I appreciate everybody's passion. This board does not pass legislation. We don't do that here. What this board does is they take a look at the proposed amendments to redevelopment plans, and they determine whether or not they're consistent or inconsistent with the master plan. Then the legislation goes back to the governing body, to the council, who's the only body in the city that can make laws and change redevelopment plans. So this is a stop along the way for this board to review in a very narrow lane whether or not what's being proposed is consistent with our master plan, which this board spent years recently updating. So I want the public to understand that. I believe a lot of the comments from the public, a lot of the passion out of the public absolutely has a place. It's in the community groups. It's at the governing body. This was a question of whether or not what's being proposed is consistent or inconsistent with the master plan. It's the only question for this board to address. And what the governing body does, the governing body does. This board does not do. This board makes a recommendation. Yes, it's consistent. No, it's not consistent. The governing body, even if the board were to find it inconsistent, can still move forward and amend the redevelopment plan however the governing body sees fit. So I just want the public to understand that, and I want the commissioners to be reminded of their role in the process.
Thank you, Santo. Matt?
If I could just quickly address it, I won't be long. Just again, we believe that the benefits, the public benefits being generated out of these proposed amendments are substantial, and would be a benefit to the whole community. But there was just one point that Ms. Moore brought up about Morgan Lofts. And it's not for the amendment issue. It's a site plan issue. So I know I'm stepping out of the lane, but I think the board should know that we're in conversations with the neighbor, the Morgan Lofts ownership. We've had conversations, and we kind of have an agreement in principle to address their concerns going forward. That will be a site plan issue if this is ever passed. But just so you know, the applicant has not moved forward ignoring their concerns. So I just wanted to lay that out so that this board doesn't have any concerns about that. But ultimately, if this is approved by or recommended by this board and approved by the city council, that'll be a site plan issue.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Madam Chair, if I may, just because the public brought it up, I want to disclose on the record, my children attended 1 week of summer camp at Nimbus, but we did not receive any financial considerations. I don't believe it conflicts me because that's not part of this application as well. But I did just want to put that on the record.
Sure, thank you. Matt, would you like to wrap this up?
Sure. Also along some of the same lines, I think that there was an additional comment regarding a side yard along the lot line shared with the Lively. I would agree that it is also a site plan issue. I would say that there is some adjustment going on in the potential form. The proposed or very preliminary plan that was distributed to the community and therefore thought best to make available to the commissioners, although we did not bring it up on the record, but you were able to review it if you wished, is subject to change, given the parameters of the language that's in the proposed amendment. That allows for only a maximum of 90% ground floor coverage. And then as soon as you get to the second floor, third floors, that decreases to a maximum of 85% coverage. And then at the fourth floor, even further to 80%. So there's a bit of a tapering as it goes up. And it's pulling away from these different side and rear lot lines. All windows would be and have to be conforming with building code. And those percentages are consistent with R3, which is right adjacent to these redevelopment areas that we're talking about. With regard to street safety and a raised intersection, I think that that's a fantastic idea. I think that the professionals that are over in the Department of Infrastructure wanted to not hard code anything at the moment, but are great proponents of increasing public safety for the pedestrian realm, bicyclists, anyone of any mode of transit and ability throughout the city, and are going to ensure that we try to put our best foot forward at correcting this problem intersection that they've been aware for a while. So we will hopefully see that as an outcome of any future development. This location should the council want to move forward with this amendment. Regarding the master plan consistency, staff agrees with the report that was published to the data portal and testified to by their professional planner, Mr. Height. Going back and forth over this language with staff and their professionals, we have language that's proposed before the commissioners here tonight that we can honestly say and definitively say is consistent with the master plan, and we would support recommending adoption by the city council. I would just want to echo again, we do have a text change to make sure that we send this up to city council with the Department of Infrastructure listed. And I want to, although it wasn't brought up tonight, want to make sure that the clause that requires a minimum of 5 hours as community space is something that we want to avoid any sort of insurance issues. We want to make this easier for a potential 501c3 to both serve the mission of that nonprofit as well as the general public pursuant to that clause. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Matt.
Or recommendation.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board before I ask for a motion?
No.
Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2025-0125 as presented to the board tonight.
So Vice Chair Wick, it's going to be a motion to recommend that the amendments to the redevelopment plan are consistent with the master plan.
So I would like to make a motion to recommend that the amendments to the master plan. Is that correct?
Amendments to the redevelopment plan are consistent with the master plan.
I would like to make a motion to approve the recommendations to the redevelopment plan and that they are consistent with the master plan.
Second.
All right, hearing a motion made and seconded, Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sabato.
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
This is a tough one for me. I wish there were more setbacks and I wish there was more community give back, but it doesn't sound like we have too much authority over that, so aye.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Aye.
Madam Chair Gangaden.
I just want to thank the public for coming out this evening and voicing their concerns. The proposed amendment that's in front of us tonight here for the Powerhouse Art District development is consistent with the master plan. So my vote is aye.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on to case P2025-0214, preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 714-716 Grand Street. Mr. Lean?
And Madam Chair, do you mind if we just take 5 minutes right now, and hopefully that should get us through the rest of the night.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. We'll be back at, what time is it now?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, a little over 5. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. I would like to call case P2025-0214, preliminary and final major site plan with C variances, address 714-716 Grand Avenue. Mr. Lean.
Again, for the record, Tom Lean of the law firm of Connell Foley. The application before you tonight is a major site plan. It is listed on the agenda as preliminary and final. However, we did update all of our documents and notice for this to be only a preliminary major site plan application. It is a notice case. I did upload an affidavit to the portal this morning, and I just want to confirm with council that jurisdiction is proper before the board.
Thank you, counsel. I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application 714 to 716 Grand Street here in the city. Counsel is absolutely right that it is a preliminary major site plan with C variances, and they will have to return if approved for their final approval. That being said, I've had the opportunity to review the affidavit. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you, counsel. The application before you tonight is for the properties known as 714 to 716 Grand Street. It is located in the neighborhood commercial district. There is one existing building on the site, as well as some improvements that were constructed under a prior approval that was abandoned. The intent is to clear those properties and construct a 5-story building with ground floor retail and 44 dwelling units. Because we are on Grand, we are not permitted a curb cut, so no parking is required. The only variance we are seeking this night tonight relates to the rear yard, the setbacks that are required. You will see when we show the plans, this is a very unique lot as far as the shape and some of the other properties jut into essentially what would normally be a standard configuring lot. And that's what creates the variance condition. However, we believe we've created a well-designed project here that fits into the site and deals with those unique conditions. I do have 3 witnesses this evening. I have Brian Swarich, who is my civil engineer of Partner Engineering. I have Jeff Lewis, who is our architect. And finally, I have Charles Height, who will testify as to that single variance. With that said, I would ask that Mr. Swarich be sworn in and qualified.
And Brian, I'll swear you in. You can raise your right hand.
Sure.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name?
My name is Brian Zwarich. That's Brian Zwarich. Z as in zebra. WARY. C as in Charlie. Z as in zebra.
Thank you.
Brian, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thanks. Let me share my screen here. I'm sharing our grading, drainage, and utility plan, which is sheet 6 of 12 of the site plans which were submitted to the board. And this plan sheet is dated September 26, 2025, and revised through June 15th, 2026.
Brian, can you make it a little larger?
Sure, let me zoom in here a little bit for you. How's that?
Okay. You might have to move it around, but it's good.
Okay. So on this plan, north is generally up. Grand Street runs east-west along the bottom of the sheet. Summit Avenue runs south along the right side of the sheet. Site's known as lot 17101, block 17101, lots 40 and 41, located on the north side of Grand Street with a street address of 714 to 716 Grand Street. It's in a regularly shaped lot containing approximately 0.2 acres, and it's located within the NC1 Neighborhood Commercial 1 zone. Grand Street, it's a two-way roadway with 4 lanes, headed east-west with no parking on either side. And Summit Avenue is a one-way roadway with 2 lanes, headed south with parking on one side. And the surrounding area, it's a mix of uses, including residential and commercial. The existing site, as Tom mentioned, it's partially vacant. Uh, Lots 40 was partially constructed and consists of blocks, walls, and foundations. Lots 41 contains a mixed-use building. The site's a combination of impervious and lawn areas, and it generally slopes from north to south towards Grand Street. The proposed project, for the proposed project, the existing building and structures will be removed, and the project proposes construction of a new 5-story building with 44 residential units and approximately 2,041 square feet of ground floor commercial space. There's no off-street parking provided, as the ordinance does not permit curb cuts on Grand Street, which results in 0 parking permitted, and loading is not required. The proposed building covers the majority of the site, with the remaining areas towards the rear of the site covered by private terraces, so the site's completely impervious. For stormwater management, that the project proposes to address the Jersey City Stormwater Control Ordinance and the JCMUA rules and regulations. To accomplish this, a design proposes a green roof and underground detention system. Discharge from the system will be to the existing combined sewer on Grand Street. The utilities, water, sewer, gas, electric, telecom, all new services will be provided, and we show preliminary locations on the plans, which will be adjusted to address utility company requirements, including any further comments from JCMUA. I'm going to switch to the next sheet here. This is sheet 7 of 12 from the site plans, which were submitted to the board. This is the landscape and lighting plan, which is dated September 26, 2025, and revised through June 15th, 2026. On this project, we're proposing 2 street trees along Grand Street, and they'll be planted in accordance with the Jersey City forestry standards. The forestry standards require 1 tree for every 25 foot of frontage. This site has 100 foot of frontage along Grand Street, which would require 4 trees. So in lieu of installing the additional 2 trees, the applicant will make a monetary contribution. At the request of Jersey City Forestry, we'll update the tree species and provide tree guards. As far as lighting, there are existing decorative and Cobra head light fixtures along Grand Street, and they provide adequate lighting for the sidewalk, so no additional fixtures are proposed. And Tom, that's all I have for my part of the presentation.
Thank you, Brian. If there are no questions for Mr. Zvorich, I'll move on to Jeff Lewis.
Is there any board comments?
I have a question. Why are you guys doing the contribution of funds instead of planting 2 more trees?
There are spacing requirements between, if I zoom in here, there's existing utility poles on the site, and there are spacing requirements in the forestry standards between the utility poles and the trees. We actually have 3 utility poles along the frontage, so we're only able to fit 2 trees on the site and meet those setback requirements from the utility poles.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
There's not a questions. We can move on to your second witness.
That'll be Mr. Lewis.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
It's Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, is your license current and still in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
And before you start, Mr. Lewis, you
Thank
did
you.
not prepare these site plans, but you did review them with the architect who did prepare them, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Am I up, Tom?
You are.
You are.
Okay, great. So this is the second sheet of our drawing. It's our site plot plan. I just want to briefly touch on this before I get into the floor plans and elevations. So I just want to situate the building. We are building directly on the front property line as well as the left side property line. At the left side, there is an alley between us and the building next to us. On the right side, we are building right up against the building on the corner lot. However, that building is actually a few inches on our property, so we do have a small side yard setback there, only because the building next to us is intruding on our property. Lastly would be that rear yard, where we are asking for a rear yard variance. What we're showing here is 15 foot is what's required for the rear yard. So I have this dashed line here, which is showing what the required rear yard would be. And then I have some hatch sections showing the areas that are actually over that line. So it's really a large area here at the left side of the building, an area on the right side of the building, and then a very tiny area along the center, just a couple inches. In total, it ends up being 83 square feet per floor times the 4 floors is a total of 332 square feet that is encroaching on the rear property line. With that, I do want to jump into our floor plans. On the right here, I have the ground floor plan, so I want to start here. So I want to start by noting that in the center of the building, we're actually setting back the ground floor 3 feet. We're doing this so that we can provide some covered entries for our commercial entries as well as our residential entries. And it also allows us to provide this small planting area in the front of the building. Starting on the right, this is where we have our main residential entrance. That provides access to mail rooms, to our bike storage room where we have 34 bicycle parking spaces, the main stair and the building elevator, as well as a small gym, a common bathroom, and a fairly large residential lounge that's accessible to all the building tenants. On the left side of the building, we have the secondary residential entrance. That's right here. It leads to stair number 2, as well as our meters and utility rooms, including the sprinkler room. This will be a fully sprinklered building, and our trash compactor room. There's a trash chute in this building. The trash chute leads directly to the compactor. The compactor will be unloaded into rollable bins, which would be taken out by building staff. In between these 2 residential spaces, we have this open commercial space. As was mentioned, it's 2,041 square feet. It's currently shown as 1 space. However, we are providing 2 doors, and there is the potential, if needed, that it could be subdivided into 2 spaces. Moving over to the left, we're going to start with our second floor plan. This is the main residential layout. It's 11 apartments per floor. There are 6 studio apartments and 5 one-bedroom apartments. All of these apartments are ADA adaptable. They all have washer dryers in the unit, and they all use PTEX for heat and air conditioning. They're connected by a common central hallway. It connects to both stairs, to the elevator, and as well as to the trash room at the end of the hallway. That provides access to the trash chute, as well as some recycling bins, which again would be emptied by building staff. The last thing that we have here is the backyard. So this building actually slopes, it goes pretty far up to the back of the property, so that we're actually about 12 feet higher in the backyard area as we are at the front grade. And so what we're doing with that is having, we made the second floor to be level with that backyard area, so that the back 6 apartments can actually walk out to paver patios that will be at grade, even though they're technically second floor apartments. So we have 6 patios here in the back. They all have pavers, and they're separated with 6 foot tall wood slat fences. And we are showing the detail for that up here at the top of the drawing. Moving on to the upper floors, the 3rd to the 5th floor have the exact same layout as that second floor does. We're looking here at the right here. The minor differences, of course, we don't have those patios anymore on the upper levels, but we do have one small balcony for the one-bedroom apartment here, tucked in. Moving on to the left, we have what is labeled incorrectly, but is our roof plan. I apologize for the mistake. We have a 2,185 square foot common roof deck served by both stairs and the elevator. We are setting this roof deck back from all of our property lines, and we're using that space in between the property lines to provide 1,508 square feet of green roof trays. We also have two mechanical areas, one on the left here and one all the way on the right. And they're both going to be screened with those same 6-foot wood slat fences that we're using in the patio areas. Here we're looking at the Grant Street elevation. It is a mostly brick building on the front elevation. We have two different color bricks and a few different brick patterns to differentiate everything. So I do want to start at the base of the building, and I'm actually going to zoom in a tiny bit more. So at the base of the building, in that central area that I mentioned, that is set in, that's this area here. That area we're using a black diamond velour brick, so it's a darker brick, and we're doing a sawtooth brick pattern, so it's going to be a pretty interesting entry area. The rest of the elevation is a pretty common red brick, but we are doing that in a few different brick patterns. Most of the building is just a standard brick pattern. However, we are doing recessed brick bands, so that's one brick in, one out, one in, one out, alternating up in these areas in between the windows. That's at every floor in between all of the windows. And then we're also doing a built-up brick cornice at the top of the building. And I do have some details for that I'll show when I zoom out. Other than that, we have black frame windows and doors, black P-tack grills below the windows, which will match those windows. We have black fiber cement panels at these locations in between windows vertically. At the top of the building, we have a black aluminum railing at the cornice line, and we have a few bulkheads which are set back as we saw at the roof plan, and those are finished with a light gray vinyl siding. And I did just want to show, this is what the recessed brick band looks like with the in and out pattern. And this is what a built-up cornice would look like. With that, I'm going to move on to the rear elevation. So here we're looking at the rear elevation. The entire building on the rear is finished with a light mist fiber cement siding. Other than that, we have all the same finishes as the front, which would include the P-tacks, the same windows, window finishes, and the same aluminum railing, both at the top and at the balconies.
Mr. Lewis, I have a question. With
Yes,
this
sir.
section over here that looks like, I guess it's for the balcony. That height of the bottom
Here?
rail, is that about 2-3 inches?
It will be two. It can, yes. The answer is yes.
2 inches is great. And the other question I have is, and back to before we get too far into this, the trash room. Do you have 2 chutes or do you have 1?
We have 1 chute for the trash.
What are you gonna do about the recycling?
There are recycling and there's a recycling bin and a cardboard bin in each of the trash rooms that will be taken out by the building staff. So each floor has their own recycling bin.
All right. All right.
Okay, and at the end I'll go back to the floor plan and show you that a little closer up. But just to breeze through the last elevations, they are pretty simple.
Please.
This is the right side. We are built on the property line. So we'll be from basically the top of the building next to us down, we'll be finished with a smooth stucco finish, which will be charcoal gray. And everything above this level will be that same light mist fiber cement siding as the back of the building wrapped around. And then we're doing the same thing on the left side, where this is the existing building next to us. We're doing the smooth stucco finish just above the building, and then fiber cement siding above. And I do want to just briefly go back to the typical floor plans here and give you a good look at that trash room, so you could see if it's adequate. So here it is at the end of the hallway. It's about 5 foot by 8 foot. It has, I'm sorry. Losing my mind. So here it is at the end of the hallway. Again, 5 foot by 8 foot with the trash chute here, and then a couple of bins here for recycling and cardboard.
All right.
Okay, and Tom, I think that concludes my presentation, unless there's anything you want me to address directly.
I have nothing further. Again, this is prelim, so we'll have to come back and request final. If anything should change, that would be up to the board's review and approval at that time. So with that, I'm just going to move on to Charles Height if there are no further questions from the board.
Jeff, thank you so much. Is there any board comments?
No.
No. So then we'll move on to who's your next witness?
Charles Height, who will be testifying as to the rear yard variance.
Charles, you're still under oath.
Yes, acknowledged. Thank you. Good evening again, board members. This one's straightforward. The proposed development is consistent with the NC district in terms of a mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and upper stories of residential. We're consistent with the permitted 5 stories and overall height in feet. We do have an irregular rear yard, as Mr. Lewis detailed on one of the sheets, and I think it was very helpful that he identified the specific areas along that rear yard of the building that were encroaching into the rear yard setback. So we could bring that up for you, but I think he highlighted at the beginning of his presentation. It's in a few instances, and the reason for that is because we're trying to balance that irregular rear yard with an appropriate floor layout on the internal portions of the building. So working with the irregular jog in that rear yard and proposing a floor layout that works to accommodate a sufficient size of a unit in those areas and maintain a consistent footprint of the building. So in one hand, from a technical planning perspective, you do have a unique shape of the property that does create a little bit of a hardship in providing a very regular zoning compliant plan. We're working to meet what is a reasonable, realistic development within a regular property. So that gets to the C1 hardship test, which I do think comes into play. But beyond that, I think the application does also propose a very appropriate rear yard and floor plan and building footprint in this area, in this rear yard area. So from a design standpoint, I think we're working in concert with that irregular pattern with the adjacent properties, as was mentioned with Mr. Lewis, in terms of the side yard setbacks and how deep this building does go onto the property. So from a zoning requirement, 15% of the lot depth is required for a rear yard. That equates to 15.8 feet. In certain instances, we are at the most minimum setback of 10.7 feet. It is variable in terms of that rear yard setback. So other areas that we're requesting relief are greater than the 10.7, but that's the minimum point that we're requesting relief for. So wanted to run through that. I do think there are special reasons that can be advanced. We are guiding appropriate development in the state of New Jersey. That's purpose A under the municipal land use law. In addition, I do think, given the current state of the property, one portion of it on one lot is more or less a defunct concrete block from a prior development application years ago. That will all be removed, and the new plans will be put into place. And there also is the second parcel, which has essentially an undersized development in terms of the NC district. Will be also incorporated into this new development of the NC district. So for those reasons, I do think we're making substantial improvements to this property in terms of the aesthetics that furthers purpose I to advocate for desirable visual improvements and good civic design. I think that really sums up the positive criteria. When you shift into the negative criteria, I don't believe there's any substantial detriment to the general welfare. We did go through the massing studies, the shadow impact studies. We are a relatively consistent development in the NC district. This rear yard is the only relief needed. It's less than or about the 5 feet short of the required rear yard, so it's not a substantial deficiency. And we still have a little bit of light and air that enters into the rear or interior of the block as a whole. I should note the requested square footage within the areas that we need the variance relief for do not eclipse the threshold of 5,000 square feet. So we were sensitive to that. If it did, there would be implications for affordable housing. But in reality, we're a few hundred square feet in terms of the relief that's needed. So we're not close to that threshold. That kind of was the main point that we looked in from a zoning ordinance, land development ordinance standpoint. Other than that, the project complies to the zoning ordinance, and that's the only relief we need. So there's no substantial impairment with respect to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. It'll be a nice new mixed-use building, and otherwise complies with all the requirements of the NC district. It's my direct testimony.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Is there any other board comments?
I just had a question.
Sure.
As far as for the trash, where would is that going to be a private or public pickup?
That would have to be a private hauler based on the size of the project.
Okay, on what street, Grand or Summit?
I think that would have to be worked out with the hauler, but I would imagine that would be on Grand as we don't have any frontage on Summit. But I think that would be something that would be worked out with the hauler. I don't know if I can answer that at this time. Again, this is preliminary that we're asking for here. So before we come back with final, I can certainly clarify that with the developer and make sure we have an answer when we come back for the final major site plan approval.
Yeah, that's my only concern. But other than that, everything looks good.
Okay, thank you. There's no other questions. I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
I see no one from the public. I'd like to close the public portion.
Second it. Second it. Yep. Yeah.
Public is closed. Matt?
So I just want to start by recognizing my mistake and listing it as this just for preliminary only. Preliminary major site plan with C variance. Staff prepared a memo dated August 5th, 2026, in which we recommend several conditions should the board make a motion to approve this project. We would just ask that the applicant put on the record whether or not they will agree to comply with those conditions.
Yes, Matt, I have reviewed the memo and we agree to the conditions therein.
Sure. So staff, we do recognize the C1 hardship of this site, it being the shape of the property as well as some of the topography of the site, being unique to their proposal here. They are asking for a rear yard setback obtaining about 380 square feet per floor just on the upper 4 stories. We think that the design does meet the C2 criteria and don't have much more to add. We agree with the staff, the planning professional planning testimony from their professional. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thanks, Matt. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0214 as presented to the board with all staff recommendations and conditions.
Second it.
On a motion to approve with conditions, Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Madam Chair Gingadin.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor for a motion to approve with conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
You too. Before we move on to the next case, I just want to remind the public that case P2026-0108 has been carried to August 25th, 2026. That is the review and discussion of amendments to Chapter 239 of the Municipal Code regarding recreation and open space inventory. Now I'd like to move on to our last project. Case P2024-0195 is a minor site plan with C variances. Address is 74 Tonelli Avenue. The attorney is Bianca Carreras.
Professionals are being promoted. I'm assuming Raul Cabato is the architect on the team.
I believe Manuel Pereira's is the architect.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
correct.
we have before. All right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, council. May it please the board, Bianca Paredes on behalf of the applicant for 74 Tonelli Avenue. Council, I did submit my jurisdictional submissions and I uploaded those to the portal just to confirm that the board has jurisdiction to continue on this matter.
Thank you, counsel. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you very much. The application before the board this evening is for minor site plan approval for the rehabilitation and renovation of an existing structure within Zone 4 of the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan. The property is presently improved with an existing duplex. What the applicant is looking to do is to rehabilitate to create 4 residential units within the structure. We are not looking to create any addition. We are working within the existing building that we have. We are not creating any new variances by this application. We have 2 existing nonconformities regarding side yard and rear yard, but we are not intensifying those nonconformities by this proposal. We have 1 expert to testify before the board this evening, and that is our architect, Mr. Manuel Paredes.
Manny Paredes here.
Hi, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Manny Paredes, P-E-R-E-I-R-A-S, with Paredes Architects Ubiquitous, located at 1116 Summit Avenue in Union City.
Mr. Paredes, would you kindly give your qualifications as an architect for the board?
I'd be very happy to. I received my license in 2001 from NJIT, where I attended on full academic scholarship. I also studied at the École des Beaux-Arts, where I received the architectural prize. I'm licensed in New Jersey as well as many other states, and my license is current. I'm NCARB certified. I serve as the vice president for the Architects League of Northern New Jersey. I'm also a trustee for the American Institute of Architects. I have taught architecture. My practice has been in place since 2006, where I appear before planning and zoning boards at least a couple times a week.
Mr. Paredes, you are qualified. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Paredes, are you familiar with the property at 74 Tonelli?
I am.
And did you prepare the drawings that are before the board this evening?
I have.
And would you kindly walk the board through the application, please?
I'd be very, very happy to. I'd like to share my screen. Excellent. For housekeeping, the drawings that I am presenting now are the same drawings that were submitted to the board and are available for viewing on the website. These, as council described, this is really straightforward. The site is on the east side of Tennessee Avenue, actually address number 74. Currently on that site, there is a 3-story duplex residential. We are looking to make this into a 4-story. However, we're not growing this building in any way. We're not doing an addition higher. We're not doing an addition any direction. The building stays the same size. What we're looking to do is that there is currently a cellar in the building that is mostly slightly under grade. And what we're looking to do is manipulate the grade so that that story is no longer a cellar. It will be classified as a basement and it will be considered a story. So we're going from a 3-story building to a 4-story building, not by growing the building up, but actually by growing it down. And I'd like to walk you through all the drawings. These are our current site plan and proposed.
Can you please zoom in a little, please?
I'll be happy to. Actually, I'm going to go to the crux of what we're doing and describe it one by one. So what I did here is I put the existing condition on the left and the proposed condition on the right. The current existing condition is an empty basement. We're looking to create an ADA unit on that floor. We're manipulating the front yard, creating a ramp so that we could have wheelchair access into this unit. We're creating a trash area and a bicycle area underneath the existing porch. We're creating the opportunity to have some nice landscaping on the front. And in the side yard of the building, this is what we're manipulating across the length of the building so that that elevation changes, and you'll be able to understand that a lot better when I get to the elevations of the building. But this is the first unit we are creating. It is unit number A. It is 934 square feet, and it is a 2-bedroom unit. On the next floor up, which is accessed from the front porch through door B into this unit, we have 1,095 square feet, and it's a 3-unit unit on this floor. And if you go through the door on the left on the porch, those are units C and D. That leads you upstairs to unit C, which is a 1,060 square foot 3-bedroom. And then finally, unit D, which is a 1,170 square foot 3-bedroom. As you can see, the white walls are all the existing walls. The black walls are what we're creating new. Everything you see on the exterior, the rear yard stays the same, the side yard stay the same. What we're manipulating is the interior of the building. Going to the elevations here, you see the existing conditions along the top and the proposed conditions along the bottom. The most notable and important for this site plan application is that this dashed line here was the existing grade. We're dropping that down. It varies about 14 inches in some spots, about 16 inches on the other, but that difference allows us to make that story 57% above grade along this elevation, 56% above grade along the north elevation, 99% above grade on the western elevation, and then the eastern elevation remains above ground, but that creates that story to be a basement and not a cellar, and now we are classified as a 4-story building, and we have 4 units, one on each of those floors. Going back to the elevations, we are significantly improving the facade of this building. The building needs a lot of tender loving care. The roof is in horrible shape. The siding has fallen off the majority of the building. What we're looking to do is take the elements that it has, like this beautiful bay window, and accentuate that and bring that up through the height of the building, creating a nice porch from the remnants of what there is before. You could see here the entrance for the new ADA unit. And ADA, it's not additional dwelling unit. I'm calling it as a handicap accessible unit on the ground floor. You see that we actually removed some of the steps on the side yard in manipulating that grade. And now we have a beautiful, very simple facade. And I could talk much more at length. I know it's a late night, and I think this describes the presentation well. As council said, we're not expanding on any of the existing variances. We have a pre-existing variance on side yard. That's where the building sat here on the north side. We have a pre-existing variance on rear yard. We're at 11 feet 5 inches, plus there's an existing fire escape in that rear yard. So I'd like my presentation to rest, and I'm open to questions, and I can elaborate on anything else the board would like.
Is a quick question. Is the fire escape extending more or it just remain the same as it is?
It's the same fire escape. We're going to continue to use it. It will be considered a 4-story building. So this is the secondary means of egress for that top floor.
Gotcha. Okay. That concludes your presentation. If you don't mind, you can stop sharing.
Absolutely.
Is there any board comments? Any board comments?
No.
No. Wow. You did a pretty good job.
Thank you.
If there's no other board comments, I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
I see no one from the public. I'd like to close the public portion.
Public is closed, and this is Matt Silva.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not much else to add here. So staff did author a report dated August 6th, 2026. In that report, 5 conditions are recommended. Staff just asks that the board hold the applicant accountable to those conditions, and that the applicant agree to be bound by those conditions.
We do. We have no objection to those conditions.
All right, excellent. Staff recommends approval. I thought this was a really nice project. It's great to see a very efficient and effective use of the current building, a nice sort of blend of old character and newer and more intensifying uses as there's need for more housing supply in that Journal Square neighborhood. That's all.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2024-0195 as presented to the board with all existing conditions stated by the staff.
Second it.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
It's a beautiful building. Good work. Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Commissioner Gangadin.
Yeah, I think it's beautifully designed in terms of the repurposing. Same building, but 4 units. So I think it's a great model right now as it is. My vote is aye.
Motion carries with all in favor for.
Thank you all
you.
very much. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
I'd like to move on to memorialization of resolutions. I think we have how many?
We have
10.
And I'm going to do them in the groupings. So I'll just do number 2 and number 3 first. Correct, Santa?
Yes, Vice Chair Wick. So we had some resolutions that we memorialized last time, but they were memorialized in a block. So out of an abundance of caution, I have a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. The applicant is Pulte Homes of New Jersey, limited partnership for amended Port Liberty Master Plan approval, Block 27503, Lot 15, 200 Chapel Ave, case P20240229, as well as a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. The applicant is Pulte Homes of New Jersey, limited partnership for preliminary and final major site plan approval and interim use approval, Block 27503, Lot 15, 200 Chapel Avenue, case P2024-0182. As the commissioners will recall, Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Capers, and Commissioner Conaway were ineligible to vote due to either a recusal or having not heard all of the testimony. So they should recuse from voting on the memorializing resolution, and the record should so reflect. So with that, Cam, we can entertain that motion, get a second, and then call the roll, reflecting that Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Capers, and Commissioner Conway will not cast a vote.
Okay. On a motion to approve.
A motion to memorialize.
Yes, on a motion to memorialize the said two resolutions.
So we need a first by Vice Chair Wick, and then somebody needs to second that motion.
I'll do first for approval or more memorialization.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Katz.
Okay, roll call. Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Kaplan.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
All right, Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
And Madam Chair Gangaden.
Aye.
Okay, that is 5 commissioners voting in favor as quorum, and that approves those the memorialization of those two resolutions.
So then we also need to rememorialize resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. The applicant was Michael and Claudia Case for preliminary and final major site plan amendment with C variances 87 Bright Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 13905, lot 12, case number P2024-0088. The original case was number P18-102. This was a resolution to deny the amendment. We need to rememorialize that resolution because Councilwoman Little was recused from the action, so she should not have voted to memorialize that resolution. She is not here this evening, so you can entertain that motion, take a second, and then call the roll.
I will approve the memorialization of the stated application.
Second.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Just to clarify, Cam, it's a motion to deny, correct?
It is a motion to deny. It is a motion to memorialize the denying resolution.
Got it. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Conway. Commissioner Conway here?
Commissioner Conway is here.
Sorry, I was still on mute. Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
Madam Chair Gangaden.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
And then I can read off the rest.
You may.
Okay, great. Case number P2024-0244, applicant 167-169 Newark Ave Realty LLC, address 167 through 169 Newark Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 12704, lot 14, decided on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026, memorialized on August 11th, 2026. Application for preliminary and final major site plans. Next was the applicant Leon Tarakis, JC LLC, for extension of preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations 405 Route 440, block 24602, lot 1. Next is the applicant Jersey City Redevelopment Agency for minor subdivision approval with C deviations 174 Newark Avenue, block 11401, lot 13. Proposed lots 13.01 and 13.02, Jersey City, New Jersey, case number P2026-0070. Next is the City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of Sanitar LLC application number P2025-0241 and P2025-0242 decided July 14th, 2026, memorialized August 11th, 2026. Application for minor subdivision approval and minor site plan approval. Next is the applicant Namdar Group LLC for preliminary and final major site plan with deviations, 597 Marion Boulevard, aka 166 14th Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7104, lot 3. That's case number P2025-0068. Next, case number P2026-0064, applicant 547 Summit LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations, 9 and 11 Van Ripen Avenue, 547, 549, 551, 555, and 559 Summit Avenue, and 594 Pavonian Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7904, lots 5, 6, 7, 8.01, aka 8, 9, 10, and 11. That's case number P2025-0133. And last is applicant 342 Johnston Equities LLC, amendment to final major site plan approval, 342 Johnston Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 17506, lot 11. That's case number P2025-0106.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Conway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Smato,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Thank you. Just one small announcement. Our last virtual meeting will be on August 25th. And so we will be back in person on September 8th.
Madam Chair, just
Any
to confirm
executive
that we're-
session?
Just to
sorry?
confirm, that's back in person at the annex? In
Yes.
September?
Yes.
Great.
Any executive sessions?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay.
Before we wrap, I did want to just compliment the agenda department because we made it through the entire thing in approximately the right amount of time. So great job to everyone.
With
Motion
4K.
to adjourn?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Bye, everyone.
Good
Bye,
night,
guys.
everyone.
Good night.
Thank
everybody.
you.
Good
Take
night.
care.
All right.
Good night, everyone.